The March 16, 2021 special meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Alcoffer.
Here.
Mr. Alcoffer is present. Mr. Ansello.
Here.
Mr. Ansello is present. Ms. Barnhart.
Here.
Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Baroff.
Here.
Mr. Baroff is present. Mr. Baines.
Here.
Mr. Baines is present. Ms. Boyce.
Present.
Ms. Boyce is present. Mr. Brew.
Here.
Mr. Brew is present. President Carbone.
Here.
President Carbone is present. Mr. Colby.
Here.
Mr. Colby is present. Mr. Delahanty. Mr. Delahanty is excused. Mrs. DeFlorio.
Here.
Mr. DeFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer.
Here.
Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Felder.
Here.
Mr. Felder is present. Mr. Flagler Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Flagler Mitchell is present. Ms. Hassman.
Here.
Ms. Hassman is present. Mr. Hebert.
Here.
Mr. Hebert is present. Mr. Cuffett-Lassie. Mr. Cuffett-Lassie is excused. Ms. Lamar.
Here.
Ms. Lamar is present. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is excused. Mr. Mafucci.
Here.
Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Marionetti.
Here.
Mr. Marionetti is present. Mr. Morelli.
Here.
Mr. Morelli is present. Ms. Roman.
Here.
Ms. Roman is present. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith is excused. Ms. Taylor.
Here.
Ms. Taylor is present. Mr. Turp.
Here.
Mr. Turp is present. Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox is absent. Mr. Wilt.
Here.
Mr. Wilt is present. Mr. Udelson.
Here.
Mr. Udelson is present.
Okay, we'll need to suspend the rules of the legislature for the purpose of prohibiting public in-purpose attendance in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, which was extended through March 28th by Executive Order 202.96. You have a motion before you which is moved by Legislator Brew and seconded by Legislator DeFlorio. This is a non-debatable motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Please join me in a moment of silent prayer. Please stand as Legislator Carla Boyce will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Legislator Boyce. Call the special meeting of the Legislature pursuant to the authority vested in me as President of the Monroe County Legislature by Section C2-9C1 of the County Charter and Section 545-5 of the Rules of the Legislature of the County of Monroe in accordance with Resolution Number 61 of 2021. This meeting has been closed to the public, and all legislators are participating via teleconference in accordance with Executive Order 202.1 and 202.96. In keeping with the legislature's tradition of openness, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube through the legislature's official channel. Everyone participating via video or teleconference will please mute their devices except to obtain the floor or cast a vote. If seeking to obtain the floor, please simply state your name and wait for me to call on you before proceeding with your question or statement. All votes will be held via voice vote unless a roll call vote is requested. Tonight, we'll recess the special meeting of the legislature for the purpose of convening a legislative hearing on the deficiencies in utilization and deployment of Monroe County's forensic intervention team. I will go over the process for the hearing once we get to that item on the agenda. We will now hold the public forum. Mr. Clerk.
No one is registered to address the legislature, nor were any written comments submitted.
We will now recess for the purpose of holding a legislative hearing on the deficiencies in utilization and deployment of Monroe County's forensic intervention team. Invitations to participate were sent to 23 individuals and/or organizations. A total of 20 individuals and/or organizations agreed to participate, and the names, titles, and organizations are listed on the agenda. Each participant has been instructed to provide a maximum of 10 minutes of testimony. No participants will be sworn in or placed under oath. The clerk of the legislature will keep the time and ask participants to conclude their remarks should they exhaust their 10-minute time allowance. Due to the number of participants, the speakers have been broken up into 7 groups based on their subject matter and expertise. Each speaker within the group will still have minutes to address the legislature. However, the questions and answers will take place after the conclusion of the remarks from the last speaker in each group. Legislators can direct questions to certain speakers or ask each speaker to answer the same question. Individuals on each panel will be expected to be available for a Q&A period for the aggregate time of the panel's composition. For example, if a panel has 3 participants with each individual allotted 20 minutes of Q&A, the panel's Q&A could run 60 minutes in entirety. Please note that these are maximum times, and we do not expect to fully utilize the allotted time for each panel. Participants will be encouraged to follow up in writing on any unanswered questions, and those answers will be distributed to the legislature upon receipt. Once the list of speakers is exhausted, legislators will then have the opportunity to offer brief summary comments, followed by adjournment of the hearing. All questions and discussions will be governed by the rules of the legislature. Our first topic is law enforcement and emergency communications, and our first participant is Corey Brown, Undersheriff, Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak today. So I thought I had 20 minutes, so I'm going to try to cut it back to 10 minutes. I'm just kidding. I saw 20 speakers, and I thought 20 minutes apiece. So I'm really going to be pretty brief. I think all law enforcement, our perspective is pretty much the same. We want more fit, more times, so that when we need them, when our deputy is out on the street, that they're available. So, you know, we'd really like that 24/7 coverage so that whenever a deputy or officer calls them, they're available. And, you know, Fit's job has changed over time. They initially did a lot of follow-up where they were trying to keep people out of going back into crisis. And I think that's great. And now as the community is requested it, and our deputies and officers are requesting that Fit is more available to respond to these calls for crisis when they're occurring, with the goal of keeping people out of future crisis, right? The more we utilize Fit and better follow-up coverage, I think that it will really help to keep the number of calls down. I think as we looked at the 90-day plan that the task force came up with, it's a good long-term plan, but we have the immediate need right now where more Fit members are needed so that there is that actual 24/7 coverage. And I was excited that they announced that they were going to increase that staffing. I know it's not going to happen right away. And I think it's very important that as we increase the staffing and change what we're doing with Fit, that we then evaluate, and we continuously evaluate where we are in dealing with this problem and how many people are there available, and make sure that we have enough to respond when needed, when the deputy calls. So I'm excited about somebody being around the clock now. And with that, I'll just be available to answer questions. And I think that's where we'll get most of the information out.
Thank you, Undersheriff. I now call James Monroe, Chief of Police, Gates Police Department.
Good evening, and thank you for having us here. We are very excited to have Fit. It's been here for about 3 years. Kim Butler was kind of the author of all this. And yeah, as the undersheriff indicated, we pretty much have gone. We're changing gears here, right? We're going from a non-crisis response mode that we've had to this crisis response mode, what the community is expecting and which we also appreciate in law enforcement. And I realize this is all work in progress. So real briefly, you know, some things that need to be put in place is we need to have a structure in place that supports 24/7 crisis response. And I realize this is all work in progress, but at least I can give you an idea of what needs to be put in place. And I know the county executive is working on that. You know, we need a model that supports a 10 or 15-minute response time. I think, you know, and that's a big commitment to go 24/7 and to have that kind of response time. If it's going to be any value to the police officers on the street, we got to have that 10 or 15-minute response time. You know, you're talking about creating a structure that has almost like car beats, right? So, you know, we break the county up into some sort of districts, and you strategically put your cars in those areas so you can have that kind of a response. And again, this is all things that we need to continue to work on so you can legitimately have a 24/7 response. A phone call is not a 24-hour response. We need cars that can be there in 10 to 15 minutes. And again, I just want you to know how ecstatic we are that this is finally getting some attention. We're ecstatic for your support, and my officers love it. They continue to rely on it daily. I can tell you that we probably call 12 to 18 times in a week just here in the town of Gates, and it's a great service. We've got a ways to go, right? In order to sustain this and to make this a workable option, we do have a lot of other resources that need to be added. For example, you know, the employees don't have cars. You know, we need to have a fleet of cars. Many of us chiefs have offered to donate a car. We've offered to donate office space so that you can have some satellite offices. And but these are all things that you really got to have in place if this is going to be a sustainable model and for the long haul. And I'm sure we can get there. It's just a matter of getting the resources and the leadership to get that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Now I'll call forward Samuel Farina, Chief of Police, Fairport Police Department.
Thank you, Mr. President and legislators, for allowing us to speak tonight. I'm going to say primarily the same thing my colleagues have already stated. The forensic intervention team in Monroe County since inception 2.5 years ago has been an invaluable resource to us here in law enforcement. We are very much committed to partnering with the FIT team, and we look forward to it evolving to be what we see as a very, very great partnership in dealing with those in the community with mental illness and mental health issues. I think it's important to note the goals of the FIT team are persons in crisis, outpatient services, referrals, and case management, which has been very, very important, integral to our needs, so we don't get repeat offenders, as was mentioned by the undersheriff, and their immediate response when called upon by law enforcement to help us with health assessments, mental health assessments, to ensure that those are getting the proper hospital and mental health care when it's desperately needed. One thing I'd like to highlight from the Law Enforcement Council perspective, we have committed all agencies in Monroe County to ensuring all our personnel are trained in crisis intervention training, which is specialized mental health training, so that we have an intimate understanding of how to deal with those in mental health crisis, which I think will be instrumental in assisting FIT with allowing us the opportunity to work and partner together. And knowing that, just some context to the FIT team and how it's been helpful to us here in Fairport, you would think a small village like Fairport, how much mental health matters have come to our attention. Well, in 2020, we used FIT team members 124 times. So I'm hoping that gives some context to the need out there in the community and the value the FIT team offers. So I look forward to being available and providing information through the question and answer part of this hearing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we'll call forward Cynthia Harriet Sullivan, Chief of Police, and Steve Boyley, Sergeant, Rochester Police Department.
Thank you, President, for inviting me here today. I do echo many of the comments that were made by my colleagues. I do want to stress that I support the FIT concept. I'm glad to see that we're going to increase the resources that are available. So, for example, we've had in the last month several barricaded gunmen with behavioral health issues in 3 weeks. 3 people in 3 weeks, and then in these instances, we were able to utilize the FIT team or the FIT process that really kind of helped us expedite some of the concerns that we had with how this whole process and this person and their issues were going to be managed. There have been occasions where we needed to call FIT, for example, this morning, and they were not available. So for me and my team, we applaud seeing those resources increase, and that we'll have more people available that we can call on. Certainly, I've heard some of the different suggestions on how we might look at or manage this process, whether they're ride-alongs. I did hear someone talk a little while ago about sections of the city. That's also a good concept. If we're going to have adequate staff, then I think it's a great idea to manage how that's going to be covered. I would also add to that that what's been said, that we should consider training together, scene management. If it means that FIT is going to respond separately, what does that mean? You know, you're going to want to have them stage somewhere or check in specifically with someone. Our Sergeant Boyley has been an integral part of having this process formed. I've attended some of the training that he's been involved in, and we look forward to an increase so that there's more resources, but also best communication as to how we're going to manage this. And again, I look forward to how we can support this, and I join with my colleagues on the council that we're certainly willing to work together to make sure that this project is successful. So I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, we're going to have Michael Soretto, Director of City 911. You're muted, Mike. You're muted.
Am I still muted?
You're fine.
You doing that on purpose?
And you look good, too.
Good evening, President Carbone and this honorable body. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'd like to start out by explaining how all incoming 911 calls that require medical response are handled. This same process is followed for mental health and behavioral health emergencies. Our center processes the call using a set of questions that are generated by medical priority dispatch and have been reviewed and approved by our county EMS medical director. Each call taker goes through extensive training to gain and retain their certification as an emergency medical dispatcher. The emergency medical dispatcher asks the same case entry questions on every medical call we receive. Once the chief complaint has been identified, the questions asked are related to the specific complaint they're calling about. This ensures that the response is tailored to provide the best care to the patient while ensuring the safety of our responders. This also provides the patient access to pre-arrival care by following the instructions that are given by our emergency medical dispatcher. The response can vary from an EMS crew responding non-emergency to a full emergency response by EMS, police, and the fire department. Any combination of these responses may occur, dependent on the situation. As the emergency medical dispatcher obtains more information from the caller, the responders can then be updated while still responding. Additionally, as we have done for years, some calls are transferred to 211 for mental health support. A caller may be transferred to 211 while waiting for the responder to arrive at their location. This transfer may also occur when a caller refuses to be seen and requests to speak to a mental health professional on the phone. Currently, no other diversion to 211 is presently in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, would Sergeant Steve Boyley like to testify? Okay, then I'm going to open the floor for legislator questions.
Yes, President Carbone, this is Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking our law enforcement representatives, Corey Brown, our Monroe County Under Sheriff, Chief James Van Chief of Police of Gates, Sam Farino, Chief of Police Fairport, Chief Cynthia Heron Sullivan, Chief of Police, Rochester Police Department, and Michael Soretto, Director of Rochester Emergency Communications Department. Very much appreciated. I know I speak on behalf of all the legislators attending the meeting. My first question is, and if the remaining legislative body would just bear with me, I just have a handful of questions. If you could just let me go through those, and I'll promise to be quick, and then maybe some other legislators could chime in after that. But my first question is, do you believe that dispatch of FIT should be originate from the law enforcement, or should it originate from the 911 center?
This is Under Sheriff Brown. I can answer that if it's okay. Through the chair. So I think that's a great question. I don't think it's as easy to answer as it sounds. So I remember back a few years ago now when I was on patrol and I went to just a noise complaint from a neighbor. And when I got there, the gentleman I was talking to was completely decompensating. He was going over, the rays coming out of the remote. He was going over, he had tinfoil on his head. And I remember leaving thinking, wow, I have no idea how to help this man. And this was back in probably early 2000, late 1990s. But that came in as a neighbor trouble, noise complaint. So it's not as simple as saying that, every call doesn't come in and be very descriptive about what the call actually is. So when you go to a domestic call, or you go to a neighbor trouble, or you go to, a petty larceny, whatever you may go to, there could be a mental health component to it. And you just don't know. So there'd be no way that FIT could be dispatched to that from the 911 call, because it would make no sense. However, I do think there's an opportunity if we work together and kind of categorize some calls. There could be an opportunity down the road where FIT gets started earlier. And then once law enforcement makes a location safe, they'd be that much closer to assist in dealing with the call. And I think those opportunities would be great. But so many of the calls don't start out that they're going to have any mental health component, and then they quickly evolve into that I think it would be impossible to say that we're going to have dispatch take care of dispatching FIT, because there'd be so many calls that were missed if that were the case.
Yes. Yeah, understand that completely, Under Sheriff. Are there any other representatives that would like to add?
Jim Van Bretto here. I had coffee with Officer Denny Wright just yesterday, and that was just a routine domestic that had been holding for over an hour that he went on. So we recognize the safety of our FIT members is our utmost importance, and we do not want to see anyone get hurt. And so we believe at this point that it should be generated by a police officer on scene that would call for FIT, because we see the Denny Wrights, we see where things go wrong, and it's Murphy's Law that if something can go wrong, it will. And that's our idea right now of how this would roll out, I think, is to let law enforcement, call when we need them. And again, it's all about making sure our fellow employees are safe.
Okay, thank you, Chief Embrero. Yeah, are there any other representatives on law enforcement that would like to add to that? Okay, my next question, if I may, through the president to law enforcement would be, what kind of training do your officers receive on mental health crisis response? And I know that with Chief Harriet Sullivan's introduction, she had mentioned the desire to train together, and that, if I understood her correctly, it might be to everybody's benefit to have some sort of a common training program. But again, presently, what type of training do your officers receive now? And I pose this question to, any of the 5 participants out there.
If it's okay, this is Chief Harriet. I'll have Sergeant Boyley weigh in for a bit, because he's been involved in the training process, and so I'll have him give a quick overview of what we address. Sergeant?
Good evening, sir. The basic training that every recruit in Monroe County gets.
Something's wrong with his audio, Chief. Sergeant's audio is off.
Is this better, sir? So the basic training is guided by New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services. So the recruits get 20 hours of specific training for crisis intervention. That covers the...
Cannot hear him.
Yeah, Chief.
Can you hear now?
No.
Are you able to hear now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. The basic training that every police officer gets in Monroe County is vetted by New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services. That's a 20-hour curriculum.
You're going in and out, Sarge. Sergeant, your voice is going in and out.
I'm as close to the microphone as I can get. Is this better?
Not really. I don't know what to do.
Are you covering something with your hands?
No. I'll get as close as I can. Is this any better? If I get as close as I can. Is that better?
No.
I don't know what's wrong with the microphone.
Well, they're having technical difficulties. I can help answer that if you want.
Sure, thank you.
But the mental health training is set by the state and the academy, and every officer goes through 24 hours of training for dealing with people in crisis, 6 hours of persons with disability training. Then there's in-service training that is held where it gets incorporated into that, different number of hours for different departments over a different number of years. And then all of us have officers on the CIT, crisis intervention team, and that's a 40-hour training. And I know that all the chiefs and the sheriff have committed to putting all our organizations through that training over the next few years, so that all the officers will have that 40 hours of training. And then whatever additional training that would come up through additional schools, but that's the standard that everybody gets currently for the sheriff's office.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other participants that would like to contribute to that response?
I could offer an additional, recently, all the police agencies underwent mental health training as part of our enhanced training effort recently, as recent as last month. So every law enforcement officer in Monroe County went through 4 hours of updated mental health awareness training in light of what's been happening locally and nationwide.
Okay, thank you. My next question, if I may, through the president, once the FIT team arrives, does law enforcement remain on the scene for the duration of the contact, or do they leave once FIT arrives on the scene? Or is that a big depends on type of answer to all of law enforcement?
That really is a case-by-case basis, judging upon what types of situation that we encounter. I've seen it happen both ways. I've seen it where we've responded and needed FIT. They've responded and they were all set, and they took over the situation and managed aftercare. And I've also seen it where we have, because of the nature and the volatility of the situation, we remained there on scene and assisted fit. So it's a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Anybody else would like to contribute to that? Okay, thank you. My next question, and I've got one more after this, and I'll wrap up my first set here. If everybody could bear with me, please. Through the president, and this is to the entire board. In your experience, how many times would you say your department has requested fit and found them to be unavailable? And they don't have to be exact numbers, of course, but just generally speaking, trying to gauge the demand for fit versus the availability, obviously. So, Chief, if you want to continue the dialogue, it's up to you.
I can speak on behalf of Fairport. Typically, when we need the services of fit, it's requested. And just because of the, back in 2020, there's only 5 fit members. It was difficult sometimes to get them to respond when needed immediately, especially after hours, after 10 p.m. and on the weekends is where we struggled most because it wasn't properly staffed. We're optimistic that with the announcement today that hopefully that will not be the issue and we'll be able to get the fit resources.
Okay. Very good.
If I could also, this is Chief Harriet. I'm advised by my staff and recognizing that we're a larger department, and I understand so we have a bit more demand, but that on a daily basis, we probably have times where we would call them and they're not available. But again, I'm sure our requests are on the larger end. So thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other respondents to that question?
Over here in the town of Gates, my staff reports, and again, this is for crisis calls, about 50% of the time they're available and about 50% of the time they're not available. That's for crisis calls.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And would there be a correlation of the time of day from availability to not availability? Just curious.
I do not have that broken down, but I can tell you right now, though, in the middle of the night, somebody answers the phone at home is what the guys are telling me. Right now, it's kind of like somebody answers the phone and if they need to come in, but that is not the ideal model, obviously. And that I'm sure will be fixed once they hire more staff.
Right. Thank you, Chief. Any other respondents before I move on to my last question?
I think it's hard to judge too, because officers aren't expecting them to be available overnight and on the weekends, especially if they think they're coming from home. So they're not asking as much either. So I think when there's people working all the time, then they'll be called more frequently.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Undersheriff. Any other respondents? Okay. And one last question, if I may, to everyone. The administration released a 90-day task force report, and that was basically to provide an update on where the reinventing the mental health and the fit initiative was at the time. I'm wondering, has everybody had a chance to review that? And do you agree with the findings that you have seen in the task force report?
Well, I can tell you that most of us were on that task force, that committee, and I think most of us do agree with what that report says. I can tell you a lot of effort was put into that, a lot of discussions were had, and as far as I'm concerned, I think it's pretty accurate. Yes. Thank you, Chief.
And anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, this is Cynthia Harriet. I did read the report. I do agree. What I like, though, is they took an opportunity to really assess where they were in the process and build on that and look to make improvements where changes were needed. So I just want to give kudos to the task force and committee for that.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Legislator Hebert. President Carbone, Legislator Hebert.
Legislator Hebert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as an opening statement, I believe all of our county legislators are huge supporters of our law enforcement organizations, and I want to thank our panel participants for everything they do every single day to help our community. Earlier today, County Executive Bello made a statement that the legislature, he didn't think understood that the FIT program was part of a larger program, and Leader Brew issued a statement, which I fully agree with. But I did want to state that in addition to the fact that we do understand that, what I don't understand is how this action is only coming in March of 2021, when on September 11th of 2020, the county executive issued a press release stating that they were providing additional funding in addition to what we, the legislature, had recently passed. And we're also getting funding from the city to take the FIT team to a 7x24 operation back at that point in time. So I consider us to be kind of behind where we should be on this. I do applaud the report. I read it in cover to cover. And I do have a few questions, starting with, through you, Mr. President, to Chief Farino. You stated that all officers in the county would be trained as a goal. Is there a target date for that to happen?
We're hoping within the next 3 years, every law enforcement officer on patrol will have the CIT, crisis intervention training.
Thank you very much. My next question is, clearly the people on the call participated in the creation of the report. Through you, Mr. President, do the rank and file members have they had any opportunity to provide their input as well?
I can say at this point, most of the input was provided by the chiefs of police that were involved in the committee itself. And I'm sure that they may have asked their own personnel from time to time informational questions, but as far as the direct involvement, it's been mostly involved at the chief's level.
Through you, Mr. President, just as a quick follow-up, pretty clearly, though, you're pretty much in touch with what the rank and file want, feel, need, et cetera, I would assume.
It's my job to, certainly is, yes.
That's kind of what I thought. Thank you, sir. My next question is, at today's press conference, Chief, this is also directed to you through the president. You said that the Law Enforcement Council made, and I quote, emphatic pleas to increase the FIT team to 24/7 coverage. Do you have any idea when and how those requests were made?
Yeah, we've made that known to the county executive's office, as well as through the management of the FIT team, and also response to one of the more recent grant awards from the Department of Justice that offered the opportunity to provide 24/7 capabilities for FIT.
And through you, Mr. President, Chief, do you have any recollection of when, roughly when in time those were made? Were they made last September? Were they made earlier in 2020? Were they just made this year?
I can tell you, we drafted a letter back in February of 2020 that started the effort rolling to upgrade from the 5 personnel on staff to a more robust 24/7 operation.
And through you, Mr. President, Chief, have there been additional communications since the February 2020, I'm assuming?
There has been with invitations of the county executive to the Law Enforcement Council.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I apologize for my lack of knowledge. What's the process for making a 945 order, a 945 order?
That is a situation where a law enforcement officer can't determine if the person's an immediate risk to themselves or others. So we're asking a mental health professional to make that assessment so that they can determine whether or not they should seek hospitalization. It's a different section of law under the mental hygiene law.
Thank you. And again, this is to anyone on the panel. The 90-day task force report discussed the gaps existing in the FIT team's utilization and deployment. What, in your opinions, are the greatest gaps in the FIT team services and usage? Is it just availability, or are there other gaps?
For me, it's availability, and it's also supervision. The need for strong supervision and to identify and prioritize jobs or calls for service during the course of their daily shift.
Through you, Mr. President, would you mind elaborating a little bit more on the supervision? What's lacking? I know that the position was open for some time, at least the official leader of the team, when one person left, and I think it was last November-ish. Is that the gap you're referring to, or is there something else?
That's the gap I'm referring to, and the former supervisor for the FIT team was very interactive with the police chiefs and police management, where she was immediately accessible to deal with issues not only during the day but after hours. And upon her departure, we didn't have that same type of service and availability.
Understood. Thank you. And again, to anyone on the panel, how frequently do your agencies, no, a better way to put this, you've already answered the first question. The second question is, are you expecting an increased frequency of utilization of the FIT team once these additional resources announced today are available?
Absolutely. A lot of this is also getting our staff in the mindset of calling FIT, and they are doing that very well. So it's a two-way educational process, and clearly the numbers are going to go way up. No doubt about it.
Yeah, the undersheriff wants to jump in here real quick too, and I think that's Chief Ambretto just made a great point, right? We're going to have to do training with both the FIT members and our deputies and officers, and I think once we do that, then the usage will go up by a lot.
Understood, and thank you very much for those answers. Through you, Mr. President, once again to the panel, in your experience, ladies and gentlemen, are crises utilizing the FIT team predominantly recurring instances? That is, the same individual having recurring problems, or are they new individuals, mainly first-time type crises?
If I could step in and answer and give Sam a break, I'm sure he doesn't want me to, but through the president, I think it's, we looked at a stat from, I think it was the Office of Mental Health that showed that 75% of mental hygiene arrests are somebody that's already been had a mental hygiene arrest. So that would indicate that they're very much repeat offenders. And I think that's the goal of FIT, to get them around the clock. I know Sam said we sent a letter in February, but I think we've been asking for years. I remember being at a press conference a few years ago saying we wanted more FIT members and we'd like them all the time to assist us with this, because there is repeat offenders that we're dealing with. And if there's a way that we could get them to not come back in a crisis, then we don't even have to go back there a second time. And that's what's going to cause or help prevent any kind of bad interaction on their end or interaction on our end. So I think it just benefits everyone all the way around.
Thank you, Undersheriff.
If I could, just some additional frustration comes into play when we're talking about FIT being involved and performing a 941 or a mental hygiene transport to the hospital. Is there a quick release from the hospital so that we have to deal with that individual quickly thereafter? So that's been one of the more prominent frustrations that has existed for us throughout the county.
Understood. Thank you for that extra input. Through you, Mr. President, one last question. I understand that the process for the dispatch needs to be developed or enhanced, if the person is suffering from mental health illness or crisis. What actions do you feel might need to be taken to ensure that there isn't a delay if a police dispatch is actually required? and if I need to expand, what I'm trying to say is you could have an extensive list of questions to try to dig into the requirement while the person is sitting there needing a policeman on scene 2 minutes ago. And we're still talking to them about, is it a fit team dispatch? Is it a police dispatch? Is it something else? I don't know if that helps explain what I'm looking at, but how do we make sure that the review of the process doesn't end up delaying a police presence when it needs to be there?
Sir, you're asking when the dispatcher is talking to the person on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, once we determine the address, the location, and the basic need, we send it over to the dispatcher to be dispatched while we continue to ask the questions.
Thank you. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Legislator Barnhart.
Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Barnhart.
Thank you, President Carbone. So thank you to everyone here who has spoken and who will speak tonight about the importance of FIT and how to maximize this asset for community benefit. I am concerned, though, when I've heard in recent weeks that FIT would not have responded to incidents that we've seen in the news, recent tragedies that were in the news. Through the president to, I guess, Under Sheriff Brown or Chief Harriet Sullivan, would FIT have responded to the incident outside of the Open Door mission?
This is Chief Harriet. They would not under our current protocols. And, you know, just for, I'm pretty sure most people have seen it, but this was something pretty fluid. It was also, you know, over in several minutes. So even if it were a job and we could have called FIT, they wouldn't have been able to get there in time.
Thank you, Chief Harriet Sullivan. Through the president to Under Sheriff Brown or Chief Harriet Sullivan, would FIT have responded to Daniel Prude's crisis?
I mean, if this is for the event in the city of Rochester, yeah.
So the crisis that Daniel Prude was experiencing through the president to Chief Harriet Sullivan, that was the kind of call where FIT, if it was available overnight at the time, you would have been able to call FIT.
Yeah, it's one that they could have called, but my understanding, and you know, obviously this was before I came back to RPD, is that the timeline from the point that, you know, they became aware of Mr. Prude and to the incident itself, it was fairly quick.
Sure. Through the president to Chief Harriet Sullivan or any of the other law enforcement officials here, would FIT have responded to the incident in which a 9-year-old girl was handcuffed and pepper sprayed?
This is Chief Harriet. No. That call came in, and I know there was some earlier discussion about it, which was pretty accurate. The call came in as a domestic problem, and it was only after they got there that this other issue came to light.
Thank you so much. You know, we brought up some of these concerns when we were discussing the importance of this hearing, which I support, and I'm learning a lot tonight. I've learned a lot in recent weeks about the importance of this program. I'm very grateful to the county executive for expanding the program. I'm very eager to see how it's going to work in the coming months. But I think we have to be really clear that FIT isn't going to solve our problems. We can't look to police to solve all of our problems with the mental health system, with violence, with social problems in our community. And so we have to make sure that we're doing everything we can to save lives, to prevent trauma, to prevent the trauma in our community that we have seen. And I just think that it's very clear that FIT isn't going to solve all these problems. And I certainly hope and know that many of the people, if not all of the people on this call, share that goal. And it's my hope that as we continue these discussions and talk about FIT, that we think about other things that we can do, other programs that we might be able to implement. And I certainly hope to support those efforts going forward. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Bain.
Legislator Boyce, I think you were next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all that are here this evening. And as a member of the Law Enforcement Council and a regular attendee, I've heard many conversations with regards to FIT, their praises, and the work those individuals do on a daily basis. But I have also heard over the last year the frustration of many of those members. I have several questions I'd like to ask, and in a lot of these questions, I hope that are not repetitive, but if they are, certainly you can tell me that they've been asked and answered. I've been trying to take copious notes. With regards to the federal grant we received from the Department of Justice back on December of 2020, it's my understanding that that many meetings were asked for with regards to this grant. So this could then be implemented. And I understand that somehow the LEC is part of this grant. So I need to have a better understanding. Could somebody take me through the process of this and the grant?
Well, I could speak to the LEC portion of the grant. I don't know the particulars of the grant other than what it was attempting to accomplish. From the LEC perspective, there was information submitted as part of the grant that offered the LEC as the consulting body for the FIT program as it began to expand.
Thank you. And with regards to questions that I had through the president with regards to meetings about the grant and how it was going to be implemented, has those meetings occurred? And if so, what has taken place?
Specifically regarding the grant, we haven't had any formal discussion as to how the grant's going to be used going forward from the law enforcement perspective.
And were those, Chief Farina, had those requests been made by the LEC to have those meetings?
There's been some, as part of the 90-day review, there's been some general discussions with Office of Mental Health regarding the LEC's purpose in that grant, but it hasn't moved past just the discussion at this point.
Okay, thank you, sir. Through the president, what steps do officers take when arriving on a scene in determining if an individual is suffering from mental illness? And if that's determined, how does that impact the next steps?
Mr. President, this is Steve Boyley, if I might answer.
Thank you, Steve. Sergeant Boyley, I apologize.
It's okay, Legislator Boyce. So what we train our officers to do is to identify a variety of cues.
Sergeant, we can hear you now, but it's echoing really bad. Are you in the same room as the chief?
I'm about 50 feet away from her.
I'm going to ask if someone else can respond, and then we go on mute.
Is this any better, or is it still an echo?
Still an echo.
This is not meant to be. I apologize.
Thanks for the try, sir. Now I'm echoing. What's going on?
Try again.
How's that? Okay, that's better. Thank you.
The sergeant.
Sergeant, you want to try again? Maybe we fixed it at this end?
This is the chief. No, I've been on quite a few Zoom calls, and when you can't be on the Zoom and then have another person in a location, have an open line or you're going to get that kind of feedback. So I warned him that that might happen. So I just don't think we can. So is someone else able to respond to that?
Chief, you're coming in loud and clear. Is there any chance that Sergeant Boyle can perhaps have the camera facing the way it is to you? Because you're coming in loud and clear when you talk.
Yeah, well, you know what? Hang on one second. Let me get his feedback a little bit, and then I'll be happy to weigh in. Give me just 1 second. Okay, what he shared with me is that in the training, they teach them to look for verbal cues, environmental cues, behavioral actions, and that helps to inform them as to what they might be dealing with.
Okay, I appreciate that. My next question is, does any of your agencies have reservations about putting mental health providers into a vehicle with officers and acting as a type of special response unit similar to any other of the special units that are provided by law enforcement?
For Fairport, we would ask for FIT to ride with us anytime they were available.
Through the president, would anybody else like to respond? Okay.
This is
My
the
next
Sheriff. I'd
question-
like to respond. I'm sorry, it just took me a minute to get to the mute button.
No problem, Under Sheriff. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something that we could do in that regard about how we could team up more or integrate. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to put a FIT in every sheriff's office car, but I agree with and I'll echo what Chief Ambretero said earlier. You know, they can work out of our offices. We can see how we can pair up to get to more jobs together. So we would be open to something like that also.
Okay. And my next question through the president, do you feel it's important to offer a mental health crisis response that partners law enforcement with mental health providers such as FIT, or do you believe the two can be separated and properly and safely address crises?
Well, it's working really, really good right now as a partnership. And so typically a non-crisis call, right? Just a routine follow-up. The FIT team member will come to our office. We will then put them in a police car and they will go with a policeman to do a lot of that follow-up work. Because we need to know too how things are going. It's all about that communication. And we've had a great working relationship to just go together on a lot of these calls. So we're already doing a lot of that, and it works great. And I think that's the way to continue, because we need to know how things are going at the house, and we're also there as a sense of security when they go and do these follow-ups.
I think it's important to note that it's the follow-up feature that's the most beneficial to us, not the response and trying to resolve a situation that's ongoing and acute. So that's our position. We like to have FIT available for the follow-up where it's desperately needed, and ensure that services are properly being provided to somebody that's been a constant or a chronic member of the mental health community, and they need assistance in that regard.
So given that answer through the president, have you not been able to see that that's been happening? Has the FIT team been so busy that they haven't been able to do that follow-up work and making sure that individuals are the necessary help that they need?
So if you look at the statistics for 2020, 15,000 follow-ups were done by FIT members. There was only 5 at the time. So is there enough personnel to adequately address those types of situations for aftercare? Probably not. So that's why we're hoping with the addition of more folks dedicated to FIT, we can properly address those needs after we make a scene safe and they're able to come in and assist with folks in crisis.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else would like to chime in on that through the president? Okay. My next question is, do any of your agencies currently evaluate its performance in addressing mental health crises? And if so, how does it do so? I'm looking for key performance indicators, and what are they?
This is the undersheriff. I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if you were to look specifically, under sheriff, at mental health transports or calls for service, do you keep track of that data as to those separately from other calls that are made, and the follow-up work that's done and the key performance measures? Or is that just included in all your calls for service?
Yeah, I believe it's just included for all the calls for service.
Okay. Anybody else have anything that they want to bring to my attention on that one? Okay. I have a couple more questions. With regards to the FIT staff, having one staff member available for FIT 24/7 is truly efficient and acceptable. Is that acceptable for the FIT program, to have a 24/7 FIT team program if it's one staff member?
This is the undersheriff. I can jump in. All right, I'm by myself. I'm not sure about the feedback. But I think that Chief Farina and I were talking earlier this week, and I know Chief Ambretto got it, when we were really thinking that we would like to see at least 4 staff all the time available. And then, like everything, right, we have to evaluate what's enough number. This is all new, so we could never say that this is the perfect number and we have it all under control. We need to evaluate how's our responses, how many people we're responding to, what's the response time, and then get a judgment as to how many we actually need. So right now it's just a guess because we haven't had it, but I would say that one's probably not enough.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any information they'd like to share on that? Okay, I'm done with my questions at this time. Thank you so
Legislator
much.
Baines, Mr. President.
I think Legislator Roman was ahead of you, Legislator Baines. Did you want the floor, Legislator Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am also by myself, so I'm not sure where that feedback is coming from. But through you, Mr. President, can any member of the panel elaborate on the current training that's happening to prepare officers to understand when and how to access FIT? There was comments about hopes of amping that up. So I was wondering if someone can elaborate on what's going on currently.
Well, it's kind of changing, daily, the FIT rollout. So it's pretty much happening at roll calls on a daily basis, what the latest is with FIT. And I can tell you there's almost conversations daily at roll call about, good and bad experiences we've had with the response time and getting somebody. So it's kind of a work in progress, and it's being done at roll calls.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to respond?
This is Chief Harrod. I can share with you that it's been discussed at our in-service training, which everybody in the department is required to go through, and it's winding down. I did participate, and there is a bit of information that's given out and how to use it. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That is my only question.
Legislator Lamar.
Legislator Baines, Mr. President.
Legislator Baines had the floor next, Legislator Lamar. Go ahead, Legislator Baines.
Thank you, Mr. President. To our law enforcement professionals, thank you for being here tonight. The command and control issues relevant to a citizen either in custody formally or engaged with the prospect of being placed in custody those command and control decisions reside with law enforcement until law enforcement chooses to hand over the control of the situation to the mental health professionals in the form of fit or pick. Isn't that correct?
This is the undersheriff. If I'm getting your question right, then when we're on scene, yes.
Yeah, so thank you, Undersheriff. So my question is around efficiency and the question of whether it would be more efficient to add police officers with training in managing behavioral intervention and a mental health intervention, or is it more efficient in terms of finances, but even more so in terms of efficacy in having a parallel system? So we have a system that under the prior administration had 5 employees. Under the current administration has 10 employees. Under the proposal made today, we'll have 28 employees. And this is a system that is at the ready, similar to a fire department or any other service that's ready to come in when called. So my question is, would we be more efficient in adding 28 police officers or the equivalent financially of 28 police officers in terms of funding in gaming up our police officers who are already in command and control to make the transition from the crisis intervention, the street experience, the engagement on the street, to move the individuals to services rather than to move the individuals who are engaged to a parallel system, which is fit or pick. Now, I know there are a lot of moving parts to that question, but from my background as a judge, I spent 10 years as a judge. I have a little bit of a feel for how law enforcement officers really are have eclectic skill sets and manage situations on multiple levels. So again, I'm going to the question of, should we continue to build this parallel system, or should we invest in law enforcement's capacity to deal with these issues because they're already there? There's no handoff involved. Am I making sense through Mr. President to the law enforcement professionals?
Well, it's up to Mr. President. You lost me about halfway through. I don't know if the law enforcement understood him.
To the president,
I'd like to take a stab at that answer. Jim from Gates here. PIC really doesn't come into this conversation at all. It's a whole different program. I think what FIT brings to the table that we can't as police officers is they are clinicians, right? That's a title that gives them authority to do things that we as police officers can't. And that's where the benefit comes in of having them as a parallel, because they can sign, papers who have somebody taken into custody under a mental health law. They have the ability to talk to doctors and all that HIPAA stuff that we can't. So there's no way a policeman can bring to the table a lot of the things that a clinician can.
Yeah, this is Chief Harrod. I would echo what Chief Van Bretero has said, 100%. And not just that, their access to the hospitals, these health facilities, they've got expertise in a way that, this is something you go to school for, and you got your degree in. And I think you used the word eclectic with law enforcement. I would agree with that. I've worked with some that have some excellent experience, but I would echo Chief Van Bretero. They bring an expertise born of not just experience, but also education that I don't think we can match necessarily.
And I would add time investment. They would have the ability to add more time and invest more time into the folks after the police contact to avoid future police contacts.
So to follow up through you, Mr. President, so to have the fit professionals riding along, how much would that be a kind of, in terms of the taxpayer money involved, be an inefficient redundancy? How often would, we all love, I'm a teacher, I work as a public servant, I love services, I love help. But how much is that going to be a parallel system it's going to be expensive? That will it be an efficient use of resources to have behavioral intervention or people with these clinical skills that you reference riding along with law enforcement? Is that really the vision, I guess, is what I'm asking?
The Undersheriff, I'd like to jump in through the president. I think, that's not my vision that would be all that they would do, but having a deputy ride with a fit member and going to different calls and doing some of their follow-ups with them brings that skill level of the deputy up as they see the fit member work. And it's kind of like an ongoing training that they're going through as they're dealing with the calls throughout the day. So I think there is a great benefit to that. I'd also like to say that certainly law enforcement can use more training because we are first on scene on these calls. And like I mentioned earlier, a lot of them, you have no idea what the call is even going to be until you get there of what you have. But I think that expertise that FIT brings is definitely beneficial, and that skill transfer is also beneficial.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And one last question. So do you envision a situation in which there's a conflict that exists between the clinical approach to a circumstance and the law enforcement approach, whereby we have behavioral interventionalists or, mental health professionals on scene with public safety professionals who are using a different set of criteria and protocols to decide how to behave? Do you see a potential conflict that might exist with having both, if you will, systems of thinking about serving the community on scene?
This is the Undersheriff, if I can jump in again. I think that they actually kind of work together. So I know from my law enforcement on the road, if there was a criminal aspect to it or something like that, that's always something that we could follow up with afterwards. So I think using the expertise of the mental health professional on scene, every deputy and officer out there appreciates that and looks to them as the expert, just like we would look to our SWAT team on a SWAT entry or, entry into a house or something like that. So we really look to their expertise as to how to deal with different individuals, and they have many more things open to them and resources with the hospital and things like that. So they're glad to be working with them, and I have not seen a conflict like one you're mentioning.
Well, I'm just trying to anticipate issues, Undersheriff, and I appreciate your candor. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time.
Legislator Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the law enforcement officials for being on this call and taking the time to answer these questions. But I do have a few concerns and a few questions of my own. I'm a little concerned about, while I thank the county exec for adding additional positions, it doesn't seem to me that this is evidence-based best practices. And so when we're talking about riding along with police officers or some other alternative on how the FIT team members will have access to the community that we want to serve, I'm not seeing a clear line to that. and when we talk about things like ride along with police officers, I think there are a lot of moving pieces in here that aren't being considered or we're not talking about. So, for instance, we have different populations who require different type of social workers to respond, right? So there are barriers such as cultural, drugs, or just schizophrenia. I mean, and you won't have a drug professional responding to someone who's schizophrenic. And also because of the climate with the community and the officers, having someone ride along with the officer could probably traumatize the victim or the patient or the person having the crisis, could traumatize them even more. And because we're not basing or I'm not hearing any basis for this plan, it concerns me. Okay, so I'll keep going. Also, there has been a loud cry from the community about policing and reallocating monies to deal with mental health crisis. But it sounds to me in this plan right here that this is going to be a part of the police department. And that concerns me because then we're not addressing or even acknowledging what the community has been screaming. I'll keep going. Also, I'm concerned about or maybe there's a lack of intimate knowledge of working with response teams and what those actually look like and the coordination that goes into those. Like those are some things that I haven't heard be addressed in this conversation that we've been having. So I'm just wondering if someone can touch on some of those things. Through you, Mr. President.
Well, I'll start. Policing is vastly different depending on what community you are in. There's no doubt about it. The residents in Gates have not asked for defunding the police. They have not asked for a lot of the demands you're seeing coming out of the city of Rochester. Each community is different. Each community has a different relationship with their police department. So, you know, what you might be seeing in your neighborhood, putting a policeman and fit together as something that could be traumatizing, it's a different experience in the town of Gates. It's been a great program in the town of Gates, putting a policeman with the fit. And you know, the whole relationship, the whole community policing relationship is different in each community. And so I respect your perspective, but I just want to remind us that it's different in every community on what that relationship is with their police department.
This is the undersheriff. I can jump in a little bit too. You know, and I think we're talking here about the FIT team, but I do think that this is one part of the whole solution to the mental health crisis that we find ourselves in throughout the county. You know, I mean, this is just one specific thing that we're talking about. And this is the group that works with law enforcement to help address these issues when law enforcement is there. So maybe that's why, because so much of the focus is on this program. And that's why we're talking about this program and law enforcement.
And I would think, you know, the city of Rochester, you know, has stepped up to listen to the community by creating the PIC team. The PIC team is totally different than the FIT team. And that's exactly what they believe their neighborhoods want. And that's what has been created. The PIC team is nothing like the FIT team. I listened to their plan the other day, and you know, it is a non-police response, and if that's what they want, that's perfect for that setting.
Well, thank you for those responses, or thank you for echoing what what I said. But I don't think that it's still addressing the needs of every community, whether you're in Monroe County, whether you're in Gates or whether you're in the city or out in Fairport. There are mental health crises that happen out there. There are cultural barriers out there. And I just don't hear us addressing that in this. And those are some of the things that the entire county has been screening. But I appreciate your time. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want the floor?
President Frank L. Coffin.
Legislator Alcoff, are you dialed in?
He's causing feedback.
Well, any other legislator?
Can you hear me, Mr. President?
Yeah, but there's an echo, Legislator Alcoff. I think it's because you dialed in. Did you dial in or come over the internet?
I dialed in.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
I'll yield for now, see if I can cure the problem.
Mute your computer. Through the president, mute your computer.
You want to try muting your computer, Legislator Alcover?
They can't talk.
Well, for now, we'll go to the next topic.
Well, no, because so see if he's ready.
Okay, let's give him a few minutes, I guess.
Mr. President, can I just jump in as Legislator Boyce?
Go ahead, Legislator Boyce.
We wait on, I brought up through the president, I brought up the fact that back in December of 2020, we accepted $653,199, and within the grant, it talks about the fact that we're going to, with regards to the grant we got from the Department of Justice, embed clinicians in law enforcement agencies for a period of from October 20th or October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2023. And again, I wanted to ask again, if any steps have been made with regards to utilizing that grant. It may not be the right time to ask that question, but we did accept the grant when I believe that we accepted it in good faith. And so I don't know if anybody has any insight into that.
I can tell you that we haven't been party to any movement on the grant to date.
Thank you.
Mr. President. Oh, sorry.
You're muted.
Who is that?
Legislator Felder.
Legislator Felder, take the floor.
I have a couple of concerns or questions. I don't know how to frame them. I heard that in February of 2020, that law enforcement requested that the fit team be made 24 hours. Then we know that in March 23rd, Daniel Prue died. We had I think it was April, the handcuffing of the 9-year-old girl. In September of that year, the legislature took $100,000 and put it toward the pit team. County executive said he was making a large investment to make it 24 hours. We got to December and the money had not been spent and it still wasn't 24 hours. Now here we are now in February of 2021, and now we've had a mentally disturbed individual shot and killed by a Rochester police officer. Not passing judgment on what on that situation, but the fact is a mentally ill individual who the Gates police had dropped off at one shelter earlier in the day. He wandered, found his way over here to North Plymouth Avenue, and wound up dead. And we still don't have the fit team at 24 hours. Now I know it's not a panacea for all of the mental health crisis we have in the community, but we're dealing specifically with the interaction between law enforcement and mentally ill people. And I would say this, that if the mandate, if police come on the scene, even if they were not called there for a mental health situation, and they get there and something like that occurs, as what happened when the 9-year-old girl was handcuffed last year, when the 9-year-old girl was sprayed with pepper spray this year, they should get on the phone and call someone immediately, including with what happened last week. So get on the phone and call someone and say, look, we need somebody over here because we can't deal with this guy, and we don't want to have to shoot him. And it seems to me that it should be a quick thing. It should not take an hour to get somebody to a scene if there's a crisis like that. It should be ETA of 45 minutes. We should have people embedded around the community, professionals, if they're not actually working for the county, contracted with the county, should be available all over this community to be able to respond at a moment's notice in a situation like that to prevent the kind of uproar that these kind of situations cause, because it's not good for the community and it's not good for the police departments either to have this controversy all the time over their actions when most of the time I believe they're trying to do the best job they can, but this thing still occurred. Situation we have not effectively dealt with that yet, and that's a problem, and I see the county executive came out with this today. That's fine, good, and it's well and good. But we had a year of this now, over a year of this, and we still don't have a resolution. We need to be sure that we have a system in place. Nothing's going to be perfect. You're not going to be able to deal with every situation, but we have enough idea of the things that occurred and have occurred. We should be able to craft something that can at least deal with those things and then adjust later on if something else comes up. And it bothers me because here we had Daniel Prute last March, and now just last week we had a young man killed in front of and killed over in downtown Rochester, and we still don't have a system that we know is going to work. And that, so for me, I'm looking forward to seeing something that can actually deal with all these situations, at least the ones we know have occurred and can occur. So at very least we can make sure those things don't happen again. So it really bothered me last week to see what happened last week. And I'm not blaming the police officer, but to see here we are in another situation with a mentally disturbed individual and found himself dead after interacting with the police. Because once again, there was no one there to deal with the man's condition.
So Legislator Felder, is that a statement or a question?
I guess it's, well, I want to ask.
The question is where'd the money go? Is that what you want to know? Where'd the money go?
Part of the question is where the money went. Why wasn't it spent? The other question is, I would like to know from the law enforcement professionals, will this plan be able to at least deal with the things we know have already occurred? And will police, when they show up on the scene, if they call for one thing, and when they get there and there's someone having a meltdown, for lack of a better term, is there somebody who can deal with it? Because when you hear this 9-year-old girl telling the police, he says, "You're acting like a child," and she tells him, "I am a child," that means he's in over his head, at least in terms of dealing with her and the mental state that she's in, because she seems to understand who she is better than he does. That's not good. It's particularly when you see the outcome of it. And so we really need to make sure that we have a system in place that can deal with this stuff when police are on the scene. And when they get there, they're dealing with a mental health crisis. When, they weren't called there for that necessarily, but now here it is. And they know they're not capable of dealing with it. So they need to be able to call immediately, or should be mandated to call immediately for help.
I'd like to respond real quick. I agree 100% with Legislator Felder. We got to get to the point of having a structure in place, again, like car beats throughout the county, where you have a car that covers a certain area and can get there in 10, 15 minutes. And I'll give an example of exactly what he's talking about. We had a situation the other day where someone barricaded themselves inside their bedroom. And so, you want to get all the tools there, right? Because you don't know how this is going to end. So If we call for a fit car, it's a tool that we want to get on scene. Our non-lethal weapons, we want to get them on scene. We want all the stuff there to see how this is going to play out. And right now, we don't have that because we call for the fit car. And again, and this is just in my opinion, 50% of the time, one might be available, 50% of the time, they're not available. So when they tell us they're not available, that's one less tool we're going to have when we figure out how we're going to bring this to a conclusion. But in order to have the tool, we got to get it there. And until we get that structure in place of having your staff tactically placed in districts or whatever, however they decide to set this up, that's when it's going to be a home run. You got to get the tool to the scene, and it's got to be timely.
Legislator Barnhart.
Legislator Colby.
Is Legislator Felder through?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Barnhart, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Carbone. I'll be brief. I think Legislator Felder brings up a lot of really good points, but we established earlier in the meeting that FIT would not have responded to the incidents that he was referring to. We all share the same frustration. And I think that was Chief Van Brederode who just said, hey, we need these additional tools, but FIT is not that tool. So I would encourage all of us, particularly the law enforcement officers on this call, the community advocates, the mental health professionals, maybe we need to come up with more tools. I think that's kind of a big takeaway that I'm hearing right now. And I would be curious, Chief Van Brederode and others, if I'm interpreting this correctly, because we're told that FIT would not have responded. We're hearing frustration from legislators about our inability to handle some of these calls. And nobody is trying to blame police, because I firmly believe that police are asked to do things that they shouldn't be in the position to be doing, and that we need more resources to serve people who need better mental health care. So I guess the question that I have, and it is a question, is what are those tools? Do we have them? Should we sit down and come up with other systems in addition to FIT? Thank you.
Could I offer a different perspective to your question, legislator? I know there's a lot of focus on what went wrong during Crude, what went wrong during the 9-year-old, what went wrong during the unfortunate circumstances of the shooting in the city recently. Can we look at the other 10,000 that went right, the 10,000 that we're doing correctly, the 10,000 that we have been very successful in navigating efficiently, effectively, and getting people resources that they need time and time again? So that FIT program has helped us with that other 10,000. And we need to stop focusing on the 2 or 3 that happen periodically, because we are dealing with human behavior that is unpredictable. So let's take a step back and look more at the success stories to what we've accomplished in law enforcement, for the ones that majority of the time that we're navigating successfully, and less on the 3 or 2 ones that unfortunately, if the outcome we don't want to see. I think in law enforcement are more invested in not wanting to see that outcome than anybody else. So I just ask you to look at that perspective, and that's why FIT becomes valuable to us in law enforcement.
Mr. President, can I respond to that?
Legislator Lamar,
Because it's
Legislator
response to
Lamar.
my
I still have the floor, and I just wanted to follow up.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to respond to Chief Farina real quick. You're right. I mean, I'm supportive of the FIT program, but I also acknowledge that this hearing, the purpose of the hearing was to discuss the deficiencies of the program. That is the purpose of this hearing. And I don't think that there are, maybe that we're looking at this wrong, as you point out. Maybe there aren't deficiencies. Maybe we just need other stuff, and we need to be talking about what that other stuff is. So I really appreciate Legislator Lamar's points and Legislator Felder's points. And I appreciate the things that everybody is saying in this hearing, but I just think that we might be missing the fact that we need other tools as well. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Colby.
Legislator Lamar. Legislator Lamar. Legislator Lamar? Okay, Legislator Felder.
Mr. President,
Legislator Alcoffer.
let me say this real quickly, and I'll be very brief. I'm almost offended to look at the good things and, and not focus on the bad ones. The fact is that all the negative incidents that I've talked about all have all involved African Americans. And this is the pattern we see around the country where Black people interact with the police and we have these bad outcomes. And it's happening right here in the city of Rochester. And so I want to be very clear that yes, I am focusing on those things because, like I said, these things only seem to happen to Black people. We had Daniel Prue dead last year, lying in the street, frozen, dead in the street last year in March. And last week we had a mentally ill man shot and killed by the police in downtown Rochester. So yes, I am focusing on that because these are the things that we need to avoid because it continues to happen to Black people around this country. But now it's here in Rochester. So we no longer looking at what's happening in Minneapolis or St. Louis or Atlanta or Kentucky or Louisville or the other place. But now it's in Rochester. We need to make sure
Mississippi or Alabama or California.
Yeah, we need to put a stop to that stuff. And so I'm very clear. I want to be very clear where my perspective is on this. That it needs to stop, and we need to do everything we can, whatever tools we have, to make sure it does not happen. And FIT is a tool, and if FIT is working the way it should be able to at least mitigate some of these things. Not to say it'll never happen, but it should minimize the possibility. And it seems, like I said, to have Daniel Prue last year and have this go on this year. 2 instances we've seen in the last month, 3 instances we've seen in the last month. That's a problem. That means nobody's dealing with this, and it continues to happen to Black people. And so yes, somebody may say I'm just focused on Black folks. That's fine, but that's why I'm looking at perspective today, right now. It happens to Black folks, and it's happening in the city of Rochester, and that's a problem for me. And we need to make sure that we put something in place to stop it.
Thank you.
Legislator
Legislator
Lamar.
Elkoff. I think Legislator Lamar, I think Legislator Elkoff chimed
Yes.
in before you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect. You're doing good.
Very good. Thank you. I have some trouble here with technical difficulties, but first off, I want to really thank the panel for coming out and discussing the FIT program. I really appreciate them and their expertise. I had a couple questions here. Do you know, I know the FIT program is relatively new, but has there been any research or study done on the effectiveness of the merger with the FIT program and also with the various police agencies? Any types of research from law enforcement or any other agency? To the panel.
Through the chair, I'm not familiar with any research that's being done other than statistics that are being captured by the FIT team themselves as to the number of services they provide.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I've heard of that some 911 callers have requested FIT, but law enforcement is required to respond first. Is there a way to more expeditiously have FIT respond to these calls for service in addition to law enforcement? Anyone?
Maybe I think that was answered previously, that the officer on the call would determine if FIT would be indicated. Is that what was said before?
Okay, I missed that then.
I'm not sure. Does law enforcement agree with that? Is that what was said before?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone on the call, do you believe that FIT should be designated as a primary co-response team with behavioral health clinicians, co-responding with officers in patrol car as first responders, or a secondary co-response team, behavioral health clinicians and responding with officers at the request of the first responders, if you can understand that? Who's going to take the call? How's it going to be dispatched in a more efficient way?
Through the chair, I would support FIT being as it's currently used. law enforcement driven. So if a law enforcement officer requires the services of FIT, they respond after law enforcement has been and seen and assessed the situation and stabilized it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I think Legislator Lamar, did you want the floor?
I just wanted to, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo Legislator Felder. I was very offended by Chief Farina's his comment as if the lives that have been lost don't matter. So while I say kudos to the police officers who are out here doing good work, the ones that aren't, or the lives that have been lost because of the deficiencies or because of the lack of knowledge from officers to mental health patients, I just want to make sure that we are clear that their lives matter too. Thank you. I yield my time.
Legislator Colby.
Legislator Colby, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask Chief Bombardo if there was a FIT officer, a FIT person available the night that you took that gentleman to the open door, not the open door mission, to another facility. Would you have used the FIT officer in that case, and that might have prevented the whole scene because you would have had intervention at that time? Through you, Mr. President.
So the question is, had Gates Police called the FIT car, originally, would that have stopped the whole incident? Well, first of all, we've had discussion about making sure we don't just call FIT every time there's a situation, you know what I mean? Because we never have enough people to do that. That was, in my opinion, a textbook person who appeared homeless and needed to be brought to a shelter, which then becomes the bigger discussion. The police are just one part of the puzzle, right? So he spends 8 or 9 hours at this certified, shelter that gets grant money. What services take place at a shelter? There's a lot of pieces that we don't know the answers to. And maybe as you have more guest panels come on tonight, we can figure out what the rest of this mental health system looks like. The police successfully took him, got him to cooperate, got him to a homeless shelter, and then I don't know what happens when somebody gets to a homeless shelter. What services are available, not available? I thought it was pretty ironic that they wouldn't take a homeless guy with no shoes on. That doesn't seem realistic. I would expect people that are homeless might come with no certain clothing and shoes. I was kind of shocked that happened, that they wouldn't take a man with no shoes. But again, these are all more things that have to be looked at if you want a perfect system.
And only other question I have through you, Mr. President, to the law enforcement is there times when a law officer shows up and that just having it being an officer showing up cites the person that's having mental distress or is on some kind of drugs, where a FIT person would, just because they're not an official officer, be a more de-escalating type situation? And I'll yield my floor after somebody answers that. Thank you.
Sure, I can jump in there. I think as we look at these calls, right, there are definitely calls that law enforcement don't need to go to. And so having someone else respond, whether it's through 211 or another agency or more follow-up, however we decide to do that, I think it's appropriate for times that law enforcement doesn't respond. I think we've become, just by the nature of the fact that we're always working on with the other end of the 911 system, that whatever they don't know where to send somebody, they call 911 and the police show up. So I think there's definitely better opportunities when sheriff's deputies or officers are not needed at the scene. I think, as we're talking about this is one piece of the whole solution here. You know, if we look at the other night, it happened in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, that whole incident was over. So if we really want to get to long-term solutions, we have to do better with long-term care to keep people out of that crisis point where decisions are happening in that 5-minute period. I have no idea what the absolute right answer is the other night. You know, if it was working, unless they were right around the corner, they wouldn't have had a chance to get there anyways, nor would anyone else. So I think we need to do a better job at, once they're touched by the system one time, how do we keep them from deteriorating again and going back into crisis? So, you know, that's going to be the key to keep these outcomes not occurring like they are. So once they're touching the system one time and then there's a deadly outcome within 24 hours, something's wrong. Something's wrong there that we need to fix. And we all need to work together on how to fix that. Because in those 5 minutes, it's just not time for the adequate resources to respond. So to answer your question, I think there's certainly times when the police are not needed. And if they're not needed and then we show up, people could be confused why we're there. And so we could ramp somebody up. There's also times that we're definitely needed, even if we do get people riled up a little bit more. We need to work on how to get them so that they're more calm and more relaxed so that we can help deal with them in a safe manner.
So the only other thought I was thinking is, half the time it sounds like the fit person is needed for when incident is in progress, but just as important that we are glassing over, I think, is what you law enforcement people are telling me, is it's important for the fit person to be available to follow up to make sure they aren't brought back into a crisis mode. Would that be a fair assessment? And do you have a feel, is it a 50-50 that the fit people would have to fill that? Or would it be more on follow-ups than on the crisis mode? Would
So
one of the chiefs like to kind of put their 2 cents in on that statement?
This is the undersheriff. I just like to jump in real quick. I think it's going to be way more follow-ups and keeping people from going back into crisis, but I don't think it would just be fit. I think there's so many different providers in the county that can assist with that, but our follow-up has to get better. We have to keep people from going back into crisis. So many times when a person's in crisis, we get them somewhere that's safe, they end up leaving that place and they're right back in crisis. And I think that's where we're really missing the boat on how to help. If we truly want to help people, that's where one of the big places that we're missing the boat on that part of the system.
I'll yield the time back to you, President.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Legislator DeFlorio.
Thank you, and I echo my my colleagues' appreciation of the time that all of you are investing here tonight to help us better understand the FIT program and perhaps where we can make improvements. The first thing I'd like to just kind of clarify, there was a statement about perhaps FIT not being the right tool. And I just would like some clarity around whether that's a sentiment that's shared by the law enforcement community that's on this call. I guess Under Sheriff Brown's point, it might not always be the correct tool for every situation, but just like, you know, any job that your home improvement job you're doing around your home, you don't have one tool. So I think that we need multiple tools, but it seems to me anyways, that there has been example after example of FIT being called and it wasn't available because we didn't have staffing or availability at the correct time. So I just want to make sure that we're not trying to defocus off of indicating that FIT is not the correct tool, but that we need to have a more robust FIT program as well as other tools in our toolbox. So if somebody could comment on that, or multiple people could comment on their feelings on that, I'd appreciate it.
This is the undersheriff again. I think I just like to agree with what you just said. I think we need a more robust FIT, but it's still one piece of the puzzle, right? It's an important piece of the puzzle, and we need to expand it and use it as much as we can. And I know that deputies and officers out there appreciate when they have a FIT officer that can assist them on many jobs, but it is one part of the puzzle. So it's a very important piece, but it still is one piece. And so tonight we're looking at that, but the whole system needs to be looked at. And that's what I believe what they're doing.
Thank you. Because, thank you. So in terms of staffing and availability, I know that there has been a couple of comments about fit staff not being available, and I just would like a little clarity around that. I've seen a couple of instances where at least responses that I've seen were that fit members weren't available because they were on another job, which seems to indicate to me that of a staffing issue at the time that there was only one person available. So I'm wondering if you feel like there needs to be multiple fit staff members available to answer multiple calls at the same time, in addition to the 24/7, because it seems to me, just from some of the responses that I've seen, that it's a twofold issue, that we need to staff up 24/7, but we also need to have multiple staff available at certain times to be able to handle multiple calls. And I guess, is that an experience that's been shared by our law enforcement community?
So I'd like to say that we agree with you. We need multiple fit members 24/7.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It just helps when we're looking at funding to understand the need, right? So, so thank you for that. And then my last question that I had, I think perhaps should be directed to Mr. Soretto, but I'm not sure. So my question is, I know that the city's launched their PIC program, and at least just from what I've heard tonight, I'm actually, you know what, can I start out by maybe having someone, perhaps Chief Harriet Sullivan, just explain the difference to us between PIC and FIT for clarity?
She might have left for a city council meeting.
Gotcha. Is there somebody else on that could help me out with that?
Mike Soretto, I can give you a response on how they respond, but I can't give you any background as to what qualifications they have and what the differences are in their unit. So the city PIC team will co-respond with the police to mental health calls in the city of Rochester.
Okay.
They will also respond at the request of the city police. And they also respond on their own to a couple of codes, medical codes, low acuity codes, calls without the police. PIC responds only at FIT only responds at the request of the police.
Thank you. So that actually helps me out a lot. And PIC is solely limited geographically to the city of Rochester, is that correct?
Yes.
And are there times then when FIT could potentially also be utilized in the city of Rochester, or now that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they can and they are.
Okay, so it could be dual, and could in theory there be a person from PIC and FIT at the same call then?
Potentially, yes, but not often, I would say.
Okay, just trying to understand. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. And with that, I yield my time.
Any other legislators have any questions for law enforcement?
Legislator Dondorfer.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Couple things. I think it's already been touched upon. I think Legislator Barnhart did a wonderful job of reiterating the fact that regardless on if we have 1,000 FIT members or not, sometimes they're not going to be able to de-escalate a situation like we had on Main Street. I truly believe that no matter how many FIT people we put on, situations like that are sadly still going to occur. Legislator Lamar made the comment, and I'd like to echo it, that one life lost is too many lives lost. I think the problem, though, is that for decades, seeing as how we all talk about what we've done in past lives, I'm going to tell you that when I started on an ambulance a long time ago, mental health facilities started closing their doors. And that was cut on the county level, on the state level, on the federal level. When you have facilities with multiple people, multiple floors of people who require daily intervention with mental health professionals and drug counseling professionals and people who hand them their medication, you close those doors and put those people out on the street. It is unfair to law enforcement. It is unfair to communities, and it is unfair to the fit people to have the answers and have the response available to them at a moment's notice every single day. If we really want to get to the bottom of this and we want to solve this mental health problem that we have in our communities, I think it's time that we start reevaluating spending all this money on other programs and start getting these programs back in place and giving law enforcement and giving FIT and PIC and whoever else you want the ability and the resources to bring people to get the mental health that they need instead of shooing them out the door so the next 20 people in line having a mental health crisis could be discharged from the hospital hours after they arrive. That being said, Director Soretto, do you feel as though the current protocol for deploying our FIT team is efficient, or do you think that there needs to be any changes in the way that they are deployed as of right now?
I think the dispatching protocol that we have for FIT team members is the safest way we can deploy them.
Okay. Do you believe that the 211 or the Lifeline diversion program for certain mental health calls impacts the FIT team in any way or impacts the way they respond?
Well, like I stated in my earlier statement, we haven't implemented any additional 211 diversions at this time.
Okay. In regards to the PIC team, I know you touched base on it a little bit. Do you feel as though two separate teams are going to, and this might not directly be for you, Director Soretto, but anybody, do you feel as though there's we're going to yield more efficient results to them kind of being separate teams, or do you think it would be more efficient to have them all together in one unit together with the city and the county people all in one?
Well, if you're asking me, I don't have the expertise nor the data to give an opinion either way on that.
Through the chair, legislator, what I would suggest is that we are seeing a bit of confusion in the community as to what PIC is, what FIT is, how to access those services. So along those lines, the confusion is becoming problematic for the community to understand what their roles are.
I yield the floor, President Carbone. Thank you.
Legislator Flagler. County Legislator Alcoffer.
Well, I think Legislator Flagler Mitchell chimed in first, Legislator Alcoffer. We'll get back to you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Just to you, to our law enforcement agencies, and thank you all for coming out and doing the work that you does. And just to you, to the law enforcement agencies, do you think that we heard this today that the county exec said FIT is a bigger picture of the mental health picture in the county? Do you believe that that statement helps with the direction the FIT is going into, or do you believe that the FIT has its own purpose? And we know mental health goes in all types of directions. But do you believe a FIT should sit alone, or do you believe it should be covered over the entire mental health department?
I don't think they can operate as a silo. I think there has to be interconnection between the entire mental health system. FIT may be the starting point for that, or assisting in managing that effort, but it's a whole system-wide coordinated effort that is required for us to be successful.
Okay, thank you. And anybody else would like to respond? Thank you. Also, do you believe that I know it's a bigger picture. I know, and that it's all connected. I did hear also that there are uh, many of the chiefs wouldn't mind fit personnel being um, stationed in probably some of the substations. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct from the undersheriff.
Okay, and so I'm a big proponent of the fit team being ran out of the sheriff's office because of the structure of what it is. It deals with cause, it deals with on the field, it deals with the mental health of the people every day. I do hear and understand the follow-up is very critical. But to look at the situation we have at hand, at what we have saw, which legislator Lamar and legislator Felder, legislator Barnhart, legislator, uh, uh, all the legislators was speaking on today about the incidents that happened in the city. I don't think that, and I agree with legislator Don Dorfer, that you can have 1,000 fit personnel out there, but if the system ain't designed to operate in the best way, it won't be efficient. And so one thing I would say or ask you all is how many, with this conversation going on, have 911 or dispatch been at the table? Through you, Mr. President, to law enforcement.
Yes, 911 has been at the table with these committees.
Okay, and have they put input on what is best practice? And I know that some of it can come. Well, let me let you answer the question. Have they gave what could be a best practice for response for the fit team?
We wouldn't give from 911. We wouldn't comment on the best practice of the fit team. We would give comment on the safest way we can dispatch them, that we can dispatch them to meet our rigorous accreditation standards. And we do that we work with the fit team and law enforcement to come up with the best policy.
Thank you. Have we thought about the fit team? And I know that I heard our undersheriff speak about, and I think some of the other chiefs spoke about officers not minding fit personnel to ride along with them. That's correct?
That's correct.
Mr. President?
That's a
Okay.
correct statement. Yes.
So would it be a good thing to have them respond to every scene and just get turned back if they're not needed, if they're riding along with personnel from the law enforcement sector?
I
Thank you, Mr.
believe it's
President.
more important that they are providing the aftercare and the follow-up than the initial response.
Can you, through you, Mr. President, to law enforcement, can you explain to me why is that the case? Because what we are seeing is that follow-up it works, but the handful of incidents that follow-up didn't work, that caused death. Can we justify that, the follow-up is the best practice versus the response, and then if they're not needed, being turned back? I look at it from being a firefighter, and when we get a report of a house fire, we send everybody because we rather have everybody on the scene and we have what we need. And it's easier to turn back what you don't need than get there and then don't have what you need. I look at this same approach with the FIT team and our law enforcement personnel. I believe relationships are important, and that our officers, not just the people who they're going to meet on these scenes, uh, get these services, but our officers as well, firefighters and EMS personnel. We all from public safety. They say we all, we're special people because of the job that we do. But there always have been an impact on each and every one of us who have been the scenes and did not have the appropriate people around to talk to. I'm pretty sure the officers who have, at least the majority of the officers who have been at a scene where guns have been drawn and shots have been fired, have had a mental, it had to have a mental effect. For us on the fire department, when we see people burned up, it have a mental effect. So response, it deals with that, as well as making sure that we have who we need on scene so that we don't have incidents like we have been seeing these last few years. So can you explain to me more about the follow-up? I get follow-up. I get that piece. But how does that differ from the response? To you, Mr. President.
Well, I think the undersheriff said it best earlier. Is our hope is to prevent a person initially in crisis from going into crisis again, and the prevention tool is the follow-up and the aftercare that FIT provides, that puts them in touch with the mental health care system, so that we don't have a repeat encounter with that individual, so they get the services they need to prevent any potential problems in the future. Hopefully without having to intervene with law enforcement.
Thank you. And just also, I agree that follow-up is very, very important. However, there have been a number of cases that officers or firefighters. I tell you one, for example, in 2000, we went to a scene of an incident. It was a domestic incident. The person seemed like they was all calm. They went out the house, and when we was dealing with the girlfriend, and the guy went out the house. He seemed calm. He seemed like he was okay. Never been in trouble. Never nothing. When we started to leave, the guy came back with a shotgun. At this time, you have two officers and a sergeant. The sergeant was telling the officers, hold your fire. He was trying to talk them down, and that incident didn't go south. The guy eventually came to, and he said, okay. He put down the gun. They talked to him, and they resolved the issue. That, if all our officers was trained to deal with that type of incident, it either gonna go one way or the other. I don't think officers are social workers or counselors. I believe, though, that they should be in a partnership on response to ensure that when these incidents come, that they have the backup that they need to ensure that these situations don't go south. So I understand the follow-up, but I have seen incident after incident of people who have not been in the system and have really needed mental health services, and it was not there. So I'm saying, what do y'all, I know y'all feel that the follow-up is important because we're looking at the one piece of this puzzle, but this puzzle is bigger than just the folks who already has been coming and going into the system.
Yeah, this is the undersheriff. If I can jump in for just a second. I think, the idea of having FIT go to every call and then be turned away, it sounds like a great idea, but especially in the county, calls are so far apart, that's all they would be doing all night is driving to calls and getting canceled, that they wouldn't be able to get anything else done. So I'm not disagreeing with you that there's got to be alternate solutions also, especially for people that haven't been involved in the system at all, and how can we interact earlier before the person brings the shotgun back? But just if we set them to every call, that's all they would do is driving to calls and getting canceled is what I foresee. Because some calls can take 15 minutes just to drive to in the same zone. So that would be my fear.
Okay, I yield the floor.
Legislator Wilt.
Legislator Wilt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank everybody that's on the panel tonight for taking part in this, and to get right to it so we don't have this going for too long. Can somebody on the panel let me know when FIT was created and what are the primary duties and responsibilities of FIT?
I know they took their first call 6/18 of 19. As to their duty, someone else will have to answer that.
Okay, so it wasn't created in March of 17?
Created actually in March 11th of 17.
Yeah, basically, real quick, you know, the purpose of this was we had one person who said, I want to, you know, help the police with those repeat customers to stop that repeat customer. And so we had our first FIT team member, who was Kim Butler, the founder of all this. And, you know, and it was a great breath of fresh air for us to be able to have somebody dive into the ongoing problems when we had that repeat customer that we just couldn't get nobody to do anything, you know. And so that's how FIT got started, was to be that liaison between the police and the PhD people, you know, who see these people, and to be that clinician who can talk to the doctor, get information that we can't, and explain to the doctor what's going on back at the house. And this is how FIT all got started, was to be that intercessory between the police and the doctors. And then it's grown from there, right? Now we're kind of transitioning into that crisis response where, hey, let's have FIT come to the scene when that guy is barricaded inside his bedroom, you know, and he won't come out, and perhaps he's got a knife or something like that. So we're kind of transitioning now into that crisis mode. And again, it's another tool, you know. Maybe if they listen to a clinician, they'll listen to them versus the policeman. Maybe it won't work, you know. And so that's the whole purpose of FIT, is to be that intercessory between the police and hooking them up with services that are going to get something done.
Thank you. Is there anybody that's on the panel right now that can answer some mental health questions for me?
Legislator Wilt, our next section will be mental health, okay?
Okay, then I'll relinquish the floor then.
Okay. Any further questions for law enforcement, or can we go to the next
To
topic?
you, Mr. President. Legislator Elkoffer.
Legislator Elkoffer, got the floor.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to the respondents. How often do the various police agencies meet with FIT to evaluate the program, to discuss new implementation of new programs? Through you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Under the management of Kim Butler, we met frequently. Since her departure, it's been infrequently, is the best I could describe it.
Okay. Well, when you say infrequently, through you, Mr. President, is monthly, bi-monthly?
From time to time, we ask a representative of the Office of Mental Health to come before the Law Enforcement Council to provide some updates, and that's been one occasion so far in the past year.
Okay. This is something, through you, Mr. President, this is something that the panel is going to have to educate me on. I understand there's New York State has I guess, regulations for police agencies throughout New York State. Is this part of that? Is it incorporated into these regulations for better policing among the various agencies?
I'm not sure of the question.
Well, yeah, we've got a program, the FIT. Is this incorporated into the overall, I guess, department agency for certification, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Legislator Elcock.
Legislator
Any further
Boyce.
questions for, who's that?
Legislator Boyce.
Legislator
I
Boyce,
just
you have the
one-
floor.
One follow-up question. Since Ms. Butler left the management of FIT, what do you believe to be the biggest difference with law enforcement?
The loss of the supervisory aspect and the liaison.
And would you say that would it be appropriate to say that, and I mean, I've been, have had conversations, with some of you on the panel, after the Daniel Prude case, have you seen a difference in the sharing of information from the FIT team?
It's been more restrictive, yes.
And why would you say that has occurred?
I don't know for sure. I can only speculate, but that's the atmosphere and the environment working in now is a more restrictive exchange of information.
And to follow up with that question, do you believe that, and I'm not saying that the FIT team has the answer to everything, but given maybe some information that FIT team members who are social workers and have contact with many mental health people, might they have information that maybe be provided to law enforcement that might be helpful when they're on the scene without even them being there on the scene?
I'm not sure of your question there. Could you rephrase it?
Yeah, I kind of, would it be helpful to have the FIT team members be able to at least be able to share some information with regards to an individual and not have to be on the scene necessarily? I'm not saying it's going to prevent anything, but it may be a different approach if they've had contact with them within the mental health system without doing anything with regards to breaking any HIPAA rules, like a minimal release of information by request.
We'd welcome.
Yes, and we do that now. We do that now. Yes, we do. We call a lot of times from a scene and get information. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That's our time.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's our time for this topic. Now we're going to go on to mental health. I'm going to call forward our first participant, Dr. April Aycock, Director of Monroe County Office of Mental Health. Doctor?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, President Carbone and distinguished members of the Monroe County Legislature. My official start date was February 26th, so I may not have all the answers, as I would need time to learn my team, the budget, the overall Monroe County behavioral health cross systems. I have a profound level of respect for mental health, addiction, and developmental disabilities because these conditions do not discriminate. Yet, there are disparities within the behavioral health system. The mental health and substance use 90-day report, the COVID-19 pandemic, the opiate crisis, the death of Mr. Daniel Prude, the 9-year-old girl who was pepper sprayed, and countless overt and covert situations highlights the need for transformational change. In my new role, I will be responsible for providing leadership, planning, evaluation, and partnering with over 70 providers who offer over 300 programs to our residents who suffer from mental health, substance use disorder, and developmental disabilities. Additionally, the Monroe County Office of Mental Health mission is to improve the health and quality of life for our residents affected by mental health, substance use disorders, and developmental disabilities. Yet, according to the 90-day Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Task Force report, Black, Indigenous people of color are reluctant and do not trust our behavioral health system due to lack of cultural responsiveness and respect. I would be remiss not to mention that this mistrust, fear, and concerns expressed by our Black, Indigenous people of color are validated by the historical abuse and injustice towards the Black, Indigenous people of color in the overall behavioral health system. For example, on January 18, 2021, the American Psychiatric Association issued a written apology to the Black, Indigenous people of color because the behavioral health field has a legacy of unimaginable, inhumane, and abusive treatment, experimentation, victimization, and structural racism in the name of scientific evidence. Let me repeat that, in the name of scientific evidence. This behavioral health legacy has enforced systemic racism in the name, this behavioral health legacy has enforced systemic racism, mistrust, and inequalities, which has only increased the disparities instead of eliminating disparities. Overall, in 2019, over 50% of our mental health and substance use disorder services were utilized by our white residents. Less than 30% was utilized by Black residents, and less than 16% were utilized by Hispanic residents. The disparities are there, and our community is crying out for a transformational change. As a behavioral health system, we must ensure that equality, equity, inclusion, and justice are provided to all our Monroe County residents. For over a decade, I have worked in various behavioral health settings, such as residential, mental health, and substance use outpatient clinics, methadone clinics, psychiatric emergency departments, and I have developed programs within our behavioral health system. Through my behavioral health experience, I have witnessed behavioral health silos, overburdened systems, high productivity caseloads, overdoses, complete suicide, revolving doors of the same client, long waiting lists to enter treatment, long waiting time to meet with a psychiatrist for psychotropic medication. I have witnessed people turn around from care due to having severe mental health or substance use symptoms. I have witnessed therapists advocating and sometimes begging insurance companies for additional inpatient and residential beds that go beyond 7 to 30-day time frame because they know their clients aren't ready to be discharged. Our community and providers are confused and unaware of our behavioral health systems. Crisis service and psych EDs are at capacity and don't have places to really connect for adequate post-crisis follow-up. I have witnessed people being overly medicated. I've witnessed workforce issues, budget cuts, not enough psychiatrists, nurses, and therapists, and not enough Black therapists. Through my experience, it is heartbreaking to go to funerals and witness the pain in a mother's and father's eyes as they helplessly sit in their pain, saying goodbye to their children. It is heartbreaking to feel powerless when care coordination cannot be provided to our vulnerable population. I have also witnessed an integrated system which positively impacted clients' lives, which is why I emphasize that the system is not a single program issue. This is a behavioral health system issue that comprises over 300 programs and over 70 providers. My overall goal is to collaborate, partner, assess, implement, and listen to our community and our behavioral health system. My short-term goal is to work on implementing the 90-day mental health and substance use task force priorities. If our behavioral health system is going to be successful, I must emphasize the importance of us working together, holding each other accountable, making tough decisions, and making organizational sacrifices. And I want to clarify and say continue to make organizational sacrifices, because that is also happening currently. And looking at the issues through a systemic lens and not a single program lens. We have an opportunity to change the behavioral health legacy and ensure that we are the catalyst of change for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Next up, Kelly Wilmot, Associate Director, Monroe County Office of Mental Health.
Good evening, President Carbone and distinguished members of this county legislature. My name is Kelly Wilmot. I am the Associate Director for the Monroe County Office of Mental Health. In my role, I am responsible for the operations and planning functions for our department. Beginning in September of 2020, following the resignation of our Chief of Clinical and Forensic Services, I have been more directly involved in the daily oversight and management of the Forensic Intervention Team, which is more commonly referred to as FIT, and as we worked to backfill that management position. I welcome the opportunity to be here with all of you this evening to share about the important work of this team and the incredible group of professionals who are the FIT team. The FIT program began in September of 2017 as a countywide initiative with 3 full-time clinicians working 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And they received their referrals directly from law enforcement and served as the primary point of referral and triage to link individuals with mental health and substance use services. In response to that successful collaboration, in June of 2019, we expanded to add 2 additional full-time staff working the 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. And most recently, we have added 3 additional full-time and 4 part-time staff to ensure 24/7 coverage in our community. A portion of our recent expansion was supported by a grant that we were awarded from the United States Department of Justice called the Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Grant. The funding for this grant was formally accepted by the county legislature in January of 2021, and we quickly moved forward with the recruitment and hiring of 2 full-time staff to work the overnight hours of 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. And the RPD was identified in the grant as the primary beneficiary of this award based on the volume of calls received from the RPD. I was recently asked to assume responsibility as the project director for this grant. I have since been assigned that role and have recently started to work with the Bureau of Justice Assistance grant manager on next steps for planning and implementation of this grant. This will include defining the team that will support these planning efforts, and law enforcement will be invited to attend these planning meetings. We will also request invitations to the Law Enforcement Council meetings to share the progress related to this grant and to introduce our new staff to the various departments. This program has evolved since 2017 to include both dispatch and follow-up components to care. The program goals have remained consistent over time: to safely de-escalate crisis situations, to increase the connection to care and treatment services, and decrease the need to use emergency services for mental health and substance use crises. The FIT team is deployed at the request of law enforcement to respond to persons experiencing mental health and substance use crises, and can only be engaged after the officers or deputies have cleared a scene as safe for our engagement. Trust is an important element of the relationship between FIT and our law enforcement partners. That trust allows for effective collaboration, and respect has been built over time based on shared experiences and learning about each other's professions. The benefits of the FIT program are many. Our office recognizes that providing timely intervention to people in crisis reduces incidents of criminal justice involvement, serves to avoid disruptions in housing and employment, and supports family stability. Focusing on these important social determinants of health allows persons living with mental illness and substance use disorders to focus on their mental health and well-being, and reduces their interactions with the emergency services systems. Our ability to be on scene with law enforcement increases the chance for a positive outcome. As a program, we frequently review our data, but it is so important to note that behind these statistics are real people and real families who are being challenged and deserve the right resources at the right time. As I close my statement, I want to share about the incredible strengths of this FIT team. This is a group of well-qualified professionals dedicated to serving the community and skilled at building relationships with law enforcement and community partners. There are many success stories that we rarely have an opportunity to share, but these successes continue to motivate this team to be helpers in our community. My own career as a social worker began 27 years ago, and I am privileged to find myself at this point in my career working with such a dedicated group of professionals at the Monroe County Office of Mental Health. Our team greatly appreciates the support of the county legislature and our county administration to grow this program and continue to meet the community need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Corinda Crosdale, Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services, Monroe County.
One of the benefits and drawbacks of going third in this category is that some of the information will be repetitive, but I think that it is worth repeating. As Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services, Monroe County Office of Mental Health, which houses the Forensic Intervention Team, aka FIT, falls under my portfolio. The Monroe County Office of Mental Health promotes and administers programs and services for Monroe County residents who require vital support to help address needs linked to behavioral health and substance use disorders. In carrying out the department's mission, the Office of Mental Health provides leadership and direction to an integrated network of 70 county-based providers who administer over 300 programs designed to serve and help empower individuals and families in need of treatment and other support services. Further, the county executive's priority to better coordinate county and community services to increase equity, reduce duplication, strengthen service delivery, increase efficiency, and improve outcomes will serve to create a strong working partnership between county departments and community providers. Strengthening those partnerships will address many kitchen table issues as well as new and emerging areas where private and public partnerships are leveraging resources to address many of the areas of concerns in this sector. My understanding of the importance of integrated services goes beyond my role as Deputy County Executive, having started my career working with individuals who were chronically homeless and seriously and persistently mentally ill. Much like the program we are speaking of today, my goal was to ensure linkages to the appropriate community services. However, as opposed to reducing the frequent intersect with law enforcement, I sought to reduce the intersect with homelessness. In March of 2017, while Commissioner of Department of Human Services, I was heavily involved in the initial conversations on the creation of the FIT team. Our team identified a gap for many in our community who had frequent contact with law enforcement due to diagnosed behavioral health concerns. In September 2017, FIT was launched in partnership with area law enforcement to provide effective and compassionate crisis intervention. When the program started, FIT was staffed with three full-time clinicians who worked 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. At that time, the program was designed to provide follow-up to persons in the community experiencing mental health and/or substance use crisis with whom the police had frequent contact. Those referrals were received via email or phone calls to the FIT team. Those work hours were recognized as the most conducive to conducting follow-up contacts. The first full year, 2018 in particular, was spent training, riding along with officers, building relationships with both law enforcement and community providers, and overall establishment of the program. There were instances when staff were dispatched to join the police, but most of the work in the first year was follow-up in nature. In 2019, New York State Office of Mental Health provided funding for 2 additional full-time FIT forensic specialists to cover the hours of 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. At this time, dispatch was built in as part of the expectations, specifically for the 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift. In May of 2020, a proposal was submitted to the Bureau of Justice Assistance for a Justice and Mental Health Collaborative Grant for a little over $650,000, with the goal of adding additional FIT forensic specialists specifically to meet the overnight needs of the community. The Office of Mental Health was notified of the acceptance of that proposal in October of 2020. A referral for grant acceptance was submitted and approved by this legislative body during the Committee of the Whole in December 2020, and again during the full legislature in January of 2021. It should be noted that the funds announced by the City of Rochester in September 2020 did not materialize. The expansion of FIT is funded through the aforementioned grant and other investments by Monroe County. With these funds secured, the Office of Mental Health and the sustainable resources needed, the Office of Mental Health had the sustainable resources needed to take the necessary steps to expand FIT. Posting to increase staffing went up in December 2020. The current status of the unit is that the supervisory position has been backfilled and 3 new full-time FIT forensic specialists and 4 part-time FIT forensic specialists have been added to the team. All have started in their new roles, and we appreciate the role of this legislative body in creating this expansion that will ensure those in need will receive critical services. This expansion contributes to the mental health system in making sure resources are available to safely and effectively de-escalate crisis situations and provide referrals when necessary, offer the least restrictive level of care. Currently, all FIT forensic specialists receive referrals directly from law enforcement or 911 dispatchers and serve as the primary point of referral and triage to link individuals with mental health resources. Monroe County Office of Mental Health has a collaborative partnership with community treatment agencies with commitment to accepting FIT referrals and rapid access to care. The objective of FIT engagement is to connect the dots for individuals with law enforcement, clinical systems, court systems, family systems, and even non-traditional supports. By linking to the appropriate systems, the desired impact is the reduction of calls for emergency services, increased connections to services and supports, to lower instances of crisis situations. FIT has proven to be an asset to our community, and I want to recognize the hard work of our dedicated team who have gone above and beyond during this transition. I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that during my 25-plus years journey working in multiple levels of government, that no matter how effective, there is no one program nor one agency that can be the solution for many of the challenges that face our community. I appreciate the opportunity to address this distinguished body to introduce a broader perspective so that we can together build stronger systems that serve all in an equitable manner. In order to truly be effective, we must lift the voices of the community and overlay that on top of data. I introduced them and have remained for over 2.5 decades to be an advocate for those who don't have a voice, to empower those who are underrepresented, to see their strengths and connect them to resources that help them achieve their goals. Remaining true to that commitment, I want to share the voice of the community derived directly from the 90-day task force report and offer concrete paths forward that is not singularly focused but is truly community-driven. Our community feels there is a lack of awareness and or understanding of the range of services available to help with behavioral health crisis situations. It is not clear where to go for reliable, up-to-date information. It was noted that many natural helpers and informal supporters in our community and education efforts should focus on identifying those individuals and ensuring that they have current information about what's available. These informal channels with trusted messengers will be important. There is a reluctance among Black, Brown, and Indigenous populations to utilize formal behavioral health services due to mistrust or lack of confidence that the services will be respectful and responsive to cultural identity. There is no single response to crisis situations that will work for everyone. There needs to be alternatives or options and a process to connect individuals to the best fit culturally responsive option to address the immediate situation. There should not be a single point of access for services. People need to access crisis services in a way that is comfortable and welcoming to them. They need to feel respected and have trust and confidence in who they are reaching out to for crisis support or for information. There needs to be accountability across the board. Accountability among service providers to provide culturally responsible, equitable, and quality services, and accountability to the community by those charged with implementing change. Our office and our providers have an opportunity and obligation to act on this feedback, and under the leadership of Dr. Acock, the Office of Mental Health will do just that. We will seek to educate and improve access to existing services, ensure cultural responsiveness, develop and implement community standards, increase peer support, and strengthen post-crisis support. Dr. Acock's experience and alignment with our community's providers will be the perfect conduit for our office to work to build trust, reduce stigma, and promote earlier help seeking to increase understanding and address systems gaps. She will lead efforts to rebalance funding and reimbursement to meet the needs and eliminate disparities. In the short term, Dr. Aycock will partner with teams who have already begun the work to link more calls to 211 Lifeline. She will continue to strengthen the expansion of in-person clinical support to law enforcement and work to expand other in-person crisis support options to divert the need for law enforcement. Through these efforts, the office will establish matrices to address progress and course correct as needed. The Monroe County team, in partnership with our many dedicated providers, continue to be proactive in working to improve service delivery and advocacy for those in need of behavioral health and substance use disorder services by increasing partnerships and integrating our work with other agencies and entities to maximize the utilization of services. We look forward to continuing down this path to create systems that are seamless for the consumer and their families. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments.
Thank you, Deputy County Executive. I'll now open it up for questions from the legislature.
Legislator Wilt.
Legislator Wilt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the panel, who is currently overseeing FIT that is responsible for ensuring it's serving its purpose and performance expectations?
Hi, this is Deputy County Executive Corinda Crosdale. Ultimately, Dr. Aycock is responsible for all mental health programs, but directly supervising the FIT team is Megan Jenner.
Okay, thank you for that. And what are the primary duties and responsibilities of FIT through the president?
Again, Corinda Crosdale. The primary goal of FIT is to ensure those who have a mental health crisis, in this particular situation, engagement with law enforcement, that they get linked to the appropriate behavioral health system. So the primary goal is to ensure they get linked to behavioral health services.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. What do individuals in mental health crisis require most from FIT?
Linkage
Through
to
the president.
treatment.
Pardon me?
Linkage to treatment. Linkage to treatment.
Okay, that's what they require the most, is to get linkage to treatment?
Anybody who has a behavioral health crisis, regardless if you're connected to FIT or any other one of our systems, the most important role of a clinician who's interacting with that individual who may or may not be linked to services is to get them either linked or re-linked to services. That prevents future crises. That crisis is occurring either because they're not connected to services and haven't been, or that linkage has broken.
I agree with that. What is the most common type of mental health crisis encountered in Monroe County?
You mean what's the most common behavioral health diagnoses or behaviors? I mean, the range of behavioral health concerns are multifaceted and multi-layered. The triggers are multifaceted, multi-layered. Sometimes a crisis is triggered just by family dynamics. There may not be a clinical diagnosis, but it doesn't mean that that crisis isn't just as real. A crisis could be triggered by death of a loved one. It may be a temporary depression or anxiety-invoking event, but it doesn't make that event any less important or any less severe. You might have individuals who are chronically and persistently mentally ill. Those are the individuals that I work with. Those diagnoses tended to be schizophrenia, personality disorder. I mean, the range when you talk about behavioral health in crises is very much broad and very much dependent on the situation.
Okay, thank you. And one last question here. Can improvements be made to the FIT program? And if so, what are they?
If I were going to look at any improvements in our system, I think making sure that we start with the customer. right? People don't want to feel like something's being done to them. They want to feel like something's being done for them. And when you create programs in a vacuum, people don't feel that there's a connection with that program. The consequence of that is lack of use of the program. And if people aren't using them, you see more crises and incidences in our community. Dr. Aycock gave some statistics on users of the system. Those are important numbers. That means that what we have designed now isn't working for everybody. So we need to think about how we redesign, but starting with the customer's perspective.
Okay, I yield.
Yes. Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, got the floor.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the three panelists, participants of taking the time out to enlighten and to help the legislative body further understand the FIT program. It is much appreciated. And I do also realize that some of these questions do slightly overlap. So for that, I do apologize, but they are by and large, unique, and hopefully they have not been asked before. So my first question would be, goal 1 of the 90-day mental health and substance abuse disorder task force was to increase connection to behavioral health services that meet community need. In your opinion, what tangible steps can be taken to fulfill this?
I think first and foremost is listening to the community. We haven't gotten this right. So the only way to get this right is talk to the community and make sure that whatever we build is connecting to the users.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have any additional things to add to that question, or to that response rather?
This is Kelly. I would add that, we're considering a number of things, and, certainly paying attention to the fact that a number of people in our community don't seem to be aware of the services that exist. So we need to really make sure that people are aware of all the resources that are out there. We are spending time thinking about how to create navigator roles where people would help walk somebody along a path of getting the care that they need. Our system can often be confusing to people in the community, so we want to make sure that we're providing those connections to care as well, and paying careful attention also to people who are needing follow-up after a crisis. So in particular, if we think about people who are coming out of the emergency departments, how do we make sure that they are connected to care so we can avoid, the future need for them to be at the emergency department to get treatment?
Thank you. And Dr. Aycock, did you have anything that you wanted to mention as well, or are you okay?
Yes, I would like to add something through the president. Culture responsiveness is crucial with whatever we do. Thank you.
Okay. And a follow-up question is that as a participant and a commissioner of the Race Commission, there's one thing I had learned, okay? And that is the importance of community engagement and community outreach. And I know that rolling out any type of program presents a set of challenges on exactly how to provide this information effectively and widespread to the communities that we know are in need of realizing that these services are available. So can any one of the three of you or all of you possibly respond to what those steps might look like in rolling this out to those communities in need?
I guess I'll start, and then I'll turn it over to the other two ladies. And I just want to say, Legislator Brew, I'm so pleased to hear that you walked away from the Race Commission feeling that you've really taken to heart the importance of engaging the community. So I'm so pleased to hear that, because as I mentioned, that's where we always need to start. I had mentioned in my comments that it's important that whoever delivers the message or gathers information from the community, it has to come from a trusted source. So we would be engaging some of those who are closest to the communities, those who don't trust the system, and lift up their voices to talk a little bit more about what is available and also help us identify gaps so that we can adjust and pivot our systems as needed to make sure that we're truly meeting the needs of the community. And I'll yield to my colleagues.
This is Kelly again. And so through the president, I think that we would do this through a number of avenues. We would want to, communicate this through, the law enforcement council. So there's an awareness of, the availability of staff, including, the number of people we have and the hours that they're working. We have a number of meetings that we convene as an office that provide us opportunities to make sure providers are aware and can push that message out to the people that are receiving care. We have our website and hopefully opportunities, through the media to continue to talk about the availability of the program.
Okay. Through the president, this is Dr. Akat. I just want to add to what my two colleagues said. We also have to speak the community's language as well when we're providing these education. So that's also very much so important. And we also have to be able to utilize social media and various platforms when we're trying to get these message out. Those are two key parts. And again, any kind of message that we get out, it needs to reflect the community's language. It has to be culture sensitive as well and culture responsiveness.
Thank you. Yeah, in fact, we were recently just talking, not on this subject, but it had to do with community outreach, and it had to do with the EPP2, which was the Prevention Prediction Program number 2. And that one thing that the city was doing that I thought was an absolutely great approach was to put information in the households' water bills, so that they would be made aware of the eviction prevention program. So, as example, if you think outside the box, you can really accomplish quite a bit. But just to reiterate, I do think the importance of, yes, it's important to ramp up and have a very highly functional FIT program. But then again, it's only as good in many respects as the awareness is in the community. So thank you for your responses. I had a couple other questions, if I may. Another priority of the original set of goals was provide education outreach to individuals in the community who may experience behavioral health crisis, their families, community members, and increased understanding, awareness, crisis services, how to identify the best. In your opinion, how would members of the community most clearly be able to identify that the FIT team is the most appropriate resource to use in certain situations?
Legislator, they wouldn't. FIT can only be called out through law enforcement. So the community at large would not be aware that service is available outside of what we're seeing in media coverage. We would encourage the community to call 211, and we can certainly triage from there. As I mentioned in my comments, FIT was added, or the dispatch function was added to FIT in 2019. So utilizing the current system of 911 and 211 will get the community the response they need, which may or may not be FIT. It'll be whatever is appropriate for that particular situation.
Okay. Yes, thank you. If I could, your next set of questions have to do with the today's press conference held by County Executive Bello, providing an update regarding the FIT program. And at today's press conference, he stated that FIT would be expanded to 18 new positions, which is obviously welcome news. What type of positions are these? Are they full-time or are they part-time positions?
Currently, the full-time equivalents are both part and full-time. So we would look at the needs of the community, look at the needs of our partners, and then look at the needs of the resources that we're allocating and make determinations from there. One of the things that we did commit to whenever we had conversations with our law enforcement partners, that we wouldn't sit around the table alone and design this, but we would design it in partnership with them. And we also feel that it's important to design a program with our law enforcement partners as well as our community. So we don't come in with any preconceived ideas or notions. We're going to have conversations and build a system that's going to work for everyone.
Okay. And just to follow up, question to that would be, have we looked at any other communities, maybe similar in size, that have implemented programs that we've all been talking about tonight and determined that they've really done a good job and they have met the needs of the community? They may be a few steps ahead of us and thus help us in defining our path forward in terms of defining what the FIT program should be and look like and provide. Have we done that?
I'm going to take one moment to brag, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague who might be able to expand on that. A lot of what you're hearing about coming out of Office of Mental Health was grown here. So FIT was grown here. CIT was grown here. CIT actually went statewide from an idea that started in Monroe County. So this office has extraordinary clinicians in it who identify a problem and they address it, even if they have to build a new program and wrap it around the problem. I'll yield the floor to Kelly Wilmot, who might be able to add a little broader perspective on that.
Thank you, Corinda. So I would just say that I appreciate that our Deputy County Executive took a minute to brag about the initiatives coming out of our office. And at this point, we actually, people seek us out for guidance as they're developing similar programs in their communities. So, we do look forward to staying in touch with other people across the state as these initiatives are rolling out. It's important to continue to learn from each other. And as we grow, we have, new opportunities and new challenges that come our way. And so we're constantly wanting to reflect on that, really wanting to be sure that we can meet the community need.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments regarding that, the topic of that last question? Okay. Another follow-up question to the topic at hand here. Of the announcement of the 18 positions, what type of positions, I'm sorry, what the individuals by the county of these 18 positions, are they intended to be county employees or contractors?
They'll be CCSI employees.
They will be. Okay. Then would these individuals be a combination of, say, technicians, clinicians, and clerks, or how do you see that breakdown happening?
CCSI is a pretty large organization with a pretty robust backbone staff. So they'll receive very similar support as other contract agencies that provide behavioral health services. So they'll tap into those services that CCSI offers.
Okay, so follow-up question, Ms. Crosdale. So that was there a recommended number of, let me just say, street clinicians or mental health counselors that the county wanted to see available to the FIT program, or was that pretty much left up to CCSI with a broader view of this is what we accomplished? You devise the skill sets to make that work. So if you could just help me out understanding that a little bit, please.
Sure. In ongoing conversations with our law enforcement partners, we specifically asked them the question, how many more FIT workers would be helpful to you? And the number they gave us was 18. We went above that.
Okay. So then, through the president, so the number of actual, feet on the street, okay, we would have 18 positions available to us.
On the onset, yes. But as I mentioned, we won't build in a vacuum. These will be ongoing conversations with our law enforcement partners, our FIT staff, our director of OMH, the supervisor, Megan Jenner, and I would be remiss if I didn't again mention that we'll have the community voice as well.
Okay. And of course, since it does include, the funding does come through the county legislative body, and we did, allocate the entire amount of our contingency fund last year. Very interested in the job descriptions. So depending on those different type of job descriptions, I'm wondering if you could provide with the 18 people, if that is the total, Ms. Crosdale, if you could provide the job descriptions to us, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. At this point, we haven't developed any job descriptions that are different from the current FIT workers, but should anything change, we'll certainly provide you that updated information.
Okay, very good. And I yield the floor, and thank you very much.
Legislator
Thank
DeFlorio.
you. Legislator DeFlorio, go ahead.
Thank you. And again, reiterate the thank you to this grouping of individuals for coming in and giving us their time tonight. So my first question is with regard to priority 1 of goal 2. The goal was to develop or implement a process to divert low acuity, I'm not going to get that out, low acuity behavioral health crisis calls from 911 to 211 to essentially avoid the need for law enforcement engagement wherever possible, which at its face seems like a great goal, but I'm wondering your opinion if there's any concern that, law enforcement's presence might actually be needed, and would there be situations where we are potentially diverting a call to 211 that in reality should have involved law enforcement?
These are pretty skilled professionals who are making the determination as to whether or not to dispatch 911 or not always necessarily based on a danger to the clinician, but the individual's distress might be one of such that they need a transport to the hospital immediately. We're not going to delay a 911 response or a police officer and EMT on scene in situations like that. But these are, as I mentioned, trained clinicians who could readily make those assessments with a high level of confidence on when we need to dispatch and when we don't. And I'll yield to Kelly Wilmot and Dr. Aycock, who also has experience in this area.
Thank you. This is Kelly. So through the president, the conversations that we are having, we are working closely with the 911 center, and so I know Director Soretto is on tonight, and working with his staff and others in the in the community as we talked about which calls would be appropriate to potentially divert to 211. Wanting to recognize that not everyone who is having a mental health crisis needs police to respond. So really interested in creating other options for people. I'm aware that anybody who calls 911 and wants police or an ambulance is going to receive police in an ambulance. And so, that option will continue to exist for people, as requested. And, could it be that, somebody ends up needing, the call goes to 211 and somebody ends up needing police and ambulance? That's entirely possible. And we'd want to make sure that that could be quickly, accommodated. I think that there's, some reluctance for people at this, moment in time to have a police, response, but sometimes it is appropriate, and we want to make sure that that can happen as needed.
Thank you. And then the priority 2 of goal 2 was to expand selective dispatch options for crisis calls that require a timely in-person response. And again, this would go out to the panel. In your opinion, are you satisfied with current availability and usage of FIT? I guess, what's your opinion of the program right now and its coverage?
I can start and then yield to my colleagues. Having worked in various parts of the system, and again, when I was on the front lines, I would have responded to similar calls is FIT, similar calls as what we're expecting PIC to go out to. We still in our community have community case managers, we have intensive case managers, we have mobile crisis team. Believe it or not, even our child protective service and adult protective services get involved with a lot of these cases. So I think in FIT context, I think they do a great job. Would I put FIT in every context? Absolutely not. When we looked at when we backed up on the information on some of these cases that were in the media and high profile, when we worked on the back end, FIT was not connected with some of these cases that you saw on television. They were connected up to a completely different part of our system because that was the most appropriate response. So I think in context, very effective. I think those ladies do an amazing job, but in that context. In a different context, that is not the service that I would utilize.
No, thank you for that. And then just one other follow-up question on the questioning that Legislator Brew had asked with regard to the new positions that were announced today. What is your timeline for those positions being active or having people, on the ground doing the work?
90 days.
90 days? Wonderful. Thank you. And with that, I yield my time.
Legislator Hebert.
Thank you. Legislator Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the, and again, thanks everybody for being here. Has the administration and OMH been able to adhere to this first-year implementation schedule in the 90-day report? Through you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure, and I'll go a little slower. Has the administration been able to adhere to the first-year implementation schedule listed toward the end prior to the appendices in the 90-day report?
What would that one-year schedule be of?
I think it was called a one-year schedule. I'm sorry, Ms. Crossdale, I don't.
No, we're just going to take a quick peek at the 90-day report.
It's on pages 23 and 24 is what I'm referring to.
Okay, thank you for the time to take a look at the report. Looking without my glasses on, it looks like this is the plan for 2021. So we would try to hit all of these key indicators in these markers throughout the current year. I can yield to Kelly and Dr. Aycock on where we are in the key indicators. There are a lot of them, so perhaps they can talk about the color coding, and maybe that might be an indication of where we are in the process of each key indicator.
Thank you. And just to be clear, through the president, my question was, are we on schedule? As I interpreted this, the colored blocks were where these things were to be addressed.
Yeah, that's being headed up by direct staff, under specific staff. I'll let you go ahead.
This is,
Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
oh, thank you. I was just going to say, I don't have it right in front of me, but I want to share that we are meeting every week around the implementation of those task force recommendations. So we are working very actively to ensure that we are keeping to those timelines. We had, I know that there was a little bit of a bump in terms of when the calls would, we would increase those calls that are being transferred to 211. And so, you know, that was looking at more like an April timeframe, but I know that we reflected it in that report that you're looking at. So we are actively working towards that. I know my colleague Ann Wilder is on a panel coming up just in a little bit here, and I know she was going to speak a little more specifically around the task force and can probably provide some helpful information at that time as well.
Thank you, through you, Mr. President. So how's it going? I mean, you're 11 weeks in to the schedule on a 52-week project. How's progress?
So this is Kelly again. So it's going well. It is, you know, there's a group of very dedicated people, you know, who are paying attention to this work. We have kept some small groups of people together to address the 3 specific priority areas. We've been working on pushing out information to the community around the crisis services that are available. We are planning around some culturally responsive training for the provider community. We're expanding FIT. We have, you know, continued to, you know, work with the city as they have been pushing out their PIC team to make sure that we're supporting each other's efforts. So there's a lot of good work happening, and we feel really comfortable with the progress we're making thus far.
All right, well, through you, Mr. President, this was not intended as a trap question at all. But based on your answers, I note on the top of page 24 that the recruitment of new positions is supposed to be completed by the end of February. And obviously we're into March and we've been told it'll be 90 days from now. So it seems that some of this is behind schedule. And I mean, truly all I was trying to do is find out how we're doing on the schedule. But that's one that kind of stands out to me based on the answer.
Can I share an answer there for you, sir? We had the recent expansion, which added 3 additional full-time staff and 4 part-time staff, and those positions were recruited in the month of February. So all of those people started on March 1st. So I think what Deputy CE Crossdale was just referencing for 90 days relates to the new positions that were announced today by our county executive.
Understood. So this was only for the new positions, not for the 18 new positions that were just announced today, because it said, I was reading it, it says recruit on board new positions. I took that to be the 18.
No. So that at the time that we wrote the report, we couldn't have anticipated that we would have been adding these 18 new people, but so that is referencing the expansion that we just completed, which was those 3 full-timers and 4 part-timers.
All right, thank you. As you update this, I would ask if you update this plan, or if you're using something to like a planning tool, I would ask for any updates to be given to the legislature. Through you, Mr. President, when will you gave dates for the addition of from 3 to 5 and from 5 to the next number, but the last 3 members that were brought on board, when were they actually brought on board? Last 3 current members of the FIT team?
The 3 newest full-time positions started on March 1st.
Oh, okay. So the recent hires.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you. Through you, Mr. President, to Ms. Crossdale, I want to make sure I understood your answer to one of the legislators' questions on the 18 new people regarding full-time or part-time. The way I interpreted your answer is that's to be determined as you bring, I'm not sure what the criteria are, but is that the correct interpretation?
I would agree with your interpretation of that, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on now to goal 3 of the 90-day task force. It was identified as strengthen post-crisis supports to address the full range of individual needs, stabilizing and linking to prevent future crises. And that certainly seems to be an admirable goal. Priority 1 of goal 3 was to ensure awareness, availability, and coordination of follow-up resources across various locations and platforms. In parents' samples being phone, mobile, walk-in. Through you, Mr. President, is FIT responsible to provide follow-up resources to people that they are called to?
In their context of the work, yes.
So as a follow-up to that, through you, Mr. President, is it when you say in their context, that does that mean for the initial call when they're on scene, but then the follow-up is passed off to some other organization within OMH or something?
That would be accurate, yes. They don't carry caseloads, so they're a crisis intervention team. So they get in, they address the crisis, they link to services, and then they back out. There's not enough FIT workers to carry caseloads.
As I expected, and thank you for that answer. Is it clear who picks up the responsibility through you, Mr. President, for the follow-on work?
It depends. So when you work with families or individuals in crises, the objective is to link them to services that are meaningful for them. So there's no cookie cutter answer that I can give for that. It's just linking to the appropriate services at the appropriate time.
Understood. Through you, Mr. President, priority 2 of goal 3 was listed as to develop community standards for crisis follow-up that will be used across all crisis support services that is based on the needs and desires of each individual, but also includes a structure for essential follow-up actions to ensure linkage to appropriate resources. Does FIT have any responsibilities in that priority of goal 3?
I'm sorry, legislator, could you repeat that?
Well, I could. I'm talking about goal 3, priority number 2. I could reread the definition that you guys provided. I'm going to try to skip that. And is FIT responsible for any of that work that's in priority 2? I suspect the answer is no, but.
I'm just reading it.
So, through the president, this is Dr. Acott. It would be our work groups, because we have active work groups, as Kelly mentioned earlier. So FIT would follow up, but the work groups are working on these priorities.
Okay, so as I interpret that, it means that FIT, you don't know if FIT's going to be responsible for any of that or not yet, because you're still defining it. Is that correct?
Looking at the design and development. Are you reading the whole thing?
This is Kelly. I would say I do not expect that FIT would be, I think it would be unusual for them to be responsible for that type of follow-up. This work is happening, with our hospital systems and thinking about, the sort of core follow-up questions you would want to ask a person in crisis, thinking about considerations, connection to services, that sort of thing, not a FIT responsibility.
Understood. Through you, Mr. President, in priority 3 of goal 3, which is to ensure access to and availability of care management services following a crisis. I'm not sure how you will handle that, but what came to mind for myself is something like a pre-K special education, early intervention IEP. Would something like that be what might be in mind for that, to make sure that the person that's having the problem is connected to the right services and there's follow-up?
Again, this is Kelly. That recommendation is specifically related to health home care management referrals. And so, in the case of a child, that health home care manager might, connect to what you just described, thinking about, early intervention services and that sort of thing. The idea with using the health home care managers is to ensure that ongoing connection to care for people.
Yeah, but I just to be clear through you, Mr. President, I wasn't trying to say that you would, I wasn't asking about use of pre-K special ed people, but something like an IEP. Would an individual in crisis have something similar to an IEP developed to say this is what person A needs based on their current situation?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had misunderstood you the first time. So yes, there are, treatment plans that are developed to identify what a person's needs are, and that's how they prioritize the connection to care.
And hopefully the final question through you, Mr. President, priority 4 of goal 3 is to enhance and maximize peer support options at all stages of crisis with opportunities for ongoing connections to people with lived experience. Do you feel FIT can play a role in this approach?
Again, this is Kelly, and I would say yes. I think peers would be a really critical and important resource to the FIT program. When we think about follow-up care, it would be great if we could add some peers, some people who've had some lived experience, into the program, so they could provide, follow-up and really engage people in a way that, the research shows is very meaningful.
So, understood. Through Mr. President, then I'll call them peer advocates, which are the people hopefully we're both just talking about. Are peer advocates part of the FIT team, or is the FIT team all clinicians, mental health clinicians?
Currently, the team is all clinicians. And so I think part of our conversation going forward, now that we have this opportunity to expand, will be to think about how we might incorporate some additional supports in the program. And peer supports are one of those things that we would like to talk about.
And through you, Mr. President, so you may hire peer advocates as part of the actual FIT team.
That will be part of our conversation, yes.
And I guess I have one last question. If you do so, would you expect to have just whoever was available make a call, respond to a call for FIT team services, or would that then require, further definition that, well, this time we need a peer advocate, this time we need a clinician?
So I think that there's no question that the clinicians would be used in the dispatch capacity that we've been talking about this evening. And so where we would see peers being a potential resource would be for follow-up care. So after a person has been, assessed and, safety has been considered, and then we would think about the connection for follow-up and aftercare.
Thank you very much. And just to close, I do think that the plan is well thought out. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to do. I wish you the best of luck, and I ask that you keep us informed of your progress. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Legislator Boyce.
Legislator Boyce, go ahead.
Thank you. This question is directed to Ms. Wilmot through the president. You mentioned a couple of times in your testimony that you were diverting calls to 211. I heard earlier in the testimony of Director Soretto that is not the case. So can you please clarify that?
Yes, thank you. And apologies if there's any confusion. So there's a process that has been in place. Certainly last year there were 340 or so calls that had been marked as appropriate for diversion to 211. So as part of the task force work, we were talking about expanding the ability to route additional calls to 211. So some of that we are still working out. So when Director Soretto mentioned that there's no expansion of that at this time, that is accurate, and that's part of our future conversation. We're hopeful that in April we might see the ability to route some additional calls through 211.
Thank you. With regards to your experience with the FIT team, Ms. Wilmot, can you give me a little bit more history to, your engagement with the FIT team and with regards to your, working hand in hand with the FIT team. Have you been in the community? Have you done ride-alongs? Do you understand the intensity of what the FIT members, as their supervisor, are facing every day?
So I am not out in the community responding to calls. My involvement with FIT, I've always been responsible, in my role at the office for oversight of all of our programming, but more specifically to FIT in September when the chief had resigned her position. Myself and Becky Maynard, who is our chief of priority services, stepped right away to support that team, providing their weekly supervision and making sure that the program continued. So we were doing that while looking to backfill the position. And Megan Jenner, who was mentioned by our deputy county executive, started in that new role on March 1st. So Megan is out in the community. She is actively working calls along with the FIT team.
Thank you. And so I've had another follow-up question with regards to the hiring of the overnight shift from the 7 to 3 a.m. shift. The 2 new people that just got hired through the president. Can you tell me, the posting was first up on, I believe, 12/24 of 2020, and those people just started on 3/1. Can you tell me, do you believe that our community, the people that we've hired, is it getting tougher to hire people in those positions? Do the 2 that we were hired, do they have the bandwidth, or I shouldn't say the bandwidth, I hate that word. Do they have the experience and the history of what it takes? I mean, that shift is really a difficult shift. Do they have what it takes, or are these people that haven't had that experience?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. We were really pleasantly surprised at how many people reached out to express interest and how many people actually met the qualifications for the position. All of the positions require a master's degree and a minimum of 3 years experience in the crisis settings. So everybody that we have hired is well qualified for the role. And people continue to reach out to us and ask if there's additional openings. So we look forward to being able to continue to expand, and we know it's important to do it with people who have the right skills to do the work.
And I have an additional follow-up through the president with regards to the peer advocates, or peer mentors, or peer, those people that you're going to put in the field. I have some hesitation just because of the crisis situations they may be put in. Do you feel confident that those individuals are going to be able to be out in the field without having the supports of other mental health clinicians and not have them be put in harm's way? Or I just feel that this is just my opinion, but you can answer. I think you know where I'm getting at.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I just want to emphasize that this is so early, in the conversation, and so it's one idea that we have had to add peer supports. As a community, we are really fortunate to have some amazing peer providers who are certainly well trained in terms of how to work with and talk to people who are experiencing mental health and substance use crises. I think what we would need to attend to as a program would be just the safety in the community aspect. We want everybody on our team to be safe when they're, responding in the community. And so, there are times even for our FIT team where they're doing follow-up and they might do it with an officer, just due to some volatility for the person that, is being served. We would suggest a similar thing for our peers, having people go out, in pairs and really wanting to make sure that everyone was safe. And felt free to use their discretion too if they're arriving somewhere where they feel unsafe. We would want them to to step away and request additional assistance.
Through the president, this is Dr. Acott. I just really want to highlight that the peers have lived experiences. So some of these environments, they have lived through these environments and experienced various ways to cope. In addition to that, peers have certification in order to become peers. So they're also trained. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I yield my time.
Okay, any other questions? Legislator Hasman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, Mr. President, I guess anyone on the panel can answer this. Can you describe what the difference is between a mental health crisis and a person who might become in crisis or have distress based on the situation? And how can FIT mitigate or manage risks in those situations?
A situational breakdown is no different than somebody who has a clinical diagnosis. So I had mentioned a little earlier in one of my responses, someone who might be faced with depression that's situational because they lost a loved one is no less real than somebody who's had a long-term bout with clinical depression. You respond to those in similar ways. You find out what that person needs, what's going to work best for them, and you link to services specific to that individual's needs. And again, that could look very different given the circumstances that person's facing at the time, right? Because it could change from day to day, week to week, month to month. So very specific to the situation, very specific to the individual. And I'll yield to my colleagues to maybe expand or add a little bit more to that.
This is Kelly. I wouldn't add much to that except to say that obviously the course of treatment for someone might be different if it's a situational event versus somebody perhaps who we're, meeting who maybe has a more chronic condition, such as schizophrenia. So I think that's just the one distinction I would make.
And through the president, this is Dr. Acott. I just want to add that it may look a little bit different if somebody has substance on board as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I guess I just want to wrap up with a comment, I suppose, that I was really delighted to hear Ms. Wilmot and Dr. Acott address things like social determinants of health and cultural relevance when responding to these situations. I think that when we look at those issues, that's a good way to move forward and reach solutions. So thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to the next topic, mental health, hospital systems. First up, Dr. Robert Wiseman, Representative, University of Rochester Medical Center. Dr. Wiseman.
Good evening, President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
You can hear me very good.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation to speak. I'll keep my comments brief. I've got to go home and tuck my kids in, but I know you guys keep some long hours here, so we're not alone. Just for review, I'm a forensic psychiatrist here. I run the Fellowship in Psychiatry and Law at U of R, and I'm a professor of psychiatry in the Department of Behavioral Health. As it relates to this, I've had the pleasure of working with a number of the panelists that you've invited, and it'll really summarize my point, is that this is a village that will need to take care of the village. This cannot be done independently or singularly. And that everyone's committed to doing this will be so important. In my clinical work, I work on what's called an assertive community treatment team, and this is a multidisciplinary team of clinicians who go out and see people in the community that do not arrive to their normally scheduled appointments. So in essence, it's an outreach or in vivo treatment team. As a result of this, I've been doing this for the past 20 years here at U of R in the outpatient setting. One thing has been very clear to me, and that is that a community crisis response is not a solo agency expedition. situations are fluid that many of the panelists have talked about and all you have commented on. They're highly unpredictable. They can rapidly escalate or de-escalate and require significant levels of expertise from the multiple individuals involved. Hence, ongoing training and review are necessary. The team, the FIT team, which I've had the pleasure of working with many of their staff, their leadership now and past, as well as our clinic at Strong Hospital has lost some of our greatest clinicians to their program. So their benefit, our loss, that has more recently occurred. And I think they will be in good stead for it. But for any developing co-responder program, it's key to that there is a training amongst clinical providers, law enforcement, EMT program, and other individuals that respond to these calls. It's also crucial to leverage their expertise, which was brought up earlier. I also do some work with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and RPD. I do all their fitness for duty exams and provide some training and consultation for psychiatric concerns. What I've noticed, and some officers who have been mentioned before, and the clients that we see, the patients that we see in the community, it's unfortunately an equal opportunity risk for people that go out. And for us to do the best by our community, by the clients that we serve, or the unfortunate and vulnerable population that we serve, the training has to be as such. And the recommendation, the best practices, and I'll give some reference in a moment, are scenario-based cross-training. So this is actually working together in the training aspect, not just training the groups individually. That they go through, they drill particular coordinated response interventions and strategies, that this allows building confidence, efficiency, and very safe interaction, rather than hoping it comes together in the moment. I know that the people from the FIT team and their supervisors know this intimately. I've been involved in program development for outreach programs like I'm on, as well as safety training for over the past 2 decades. And every time we see a good program, that's because they have done this drill, cross-scenario and scenario-based training amongst the various agencies. There was some discussion about ongoing performance evaluation. I think that was repeated in many of the conversations that I've heard thus far. In short, some of those, and not including all, include time for response, the number of repeat encounters for the calls, the dispositions from each one of those calls, including resource connections, which may include immediately resource connections and then follow-up as discussed before, staff ratios and what is determined to be necessary in that particular locale. What occurs in Eugene, Oregon may be different than what occurs in Monroe County and Rochester, New York, based on many factors. But follow-up with these trainings and evaluation can be helpful in determining right staffing. Reviewing the untoward events is very important. That includes looking at a decline possibly in the number of arrests or the increase in number of arrests in response to calls. As has been said by many, the importance of the community's response and feedback, and that includes the recipients of any of these calls. So individuals who are picked up by a 911 or a 211 call or evaluated later on may have recompensated, and getting feedback from them about what went wrong and what went right can be very useful. Family members, other caregivers, and healthcare givers on the scene. It could be at a mission, it could be at a group home, it could be at a facility, mental health or hospital facility, no matter what. The feedback edifies the process later on. This again engenders better staffing patterns, looking what else needs to be attended to in the training process, and really, I think, can further concretize a good program. For those of you, and I know the FIT team knows all this, but for those of you who are interested, the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, the BJA, has very good information about this. It's available to the public. You can just Google the BJA. In particular, they have something called a PMHC, and the PMHC, turn that off. It's probably my wife calling me and wondering what I'm doing, is the Police Mental Health Collaboration Toolkit, and that's available online, and that's all through the BJA, Department of Justice. There's also an evidence-based program that I know is being looked at and involved already, which is the CAHOOTS program out of Eugene, Oregon. They have developed some standards for co-responder models. And again, these are just some of the materials that are out there for people who are interested. Lastly, I want to echo what Chief of Police Farina said earlier. And there has been a lot of attention to negative outcomes, which always deserves attention. But there's also every day quite an amazing response, both by mental health, clinicians, EMTs, law enforcement, and many others who make things work out and lead to some level of success for some of our community's most vulnerable. And I think at some point we have to have some recognition of those community responders for the great work that they all do and that their supervisors support. So I'll stop there. There's much more to this very complicated program, but I appreciate the opportunity to chime in here.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Next up, we have Dr. Eric Kane, psychiatrist, who has submitted some written comments. The clerk will read them. Thank you.
Mr. Kane, or Dr. Kane, want to provide some background. After medical school graduation, I completed my training in psychiatry in Boston at the NIH before coming to Rochester in 1978. I served from 1996 to 2017 as the John Romano Professor and Chair, URMC, Department of Psychiatry, and as co-director of the Center for the Study and Prevention of Suicide since its founding from 1998 until the present. To give you a sense of my administrative background, the Department of Psychiatry grew from 58,000 to 200,000 outpatient visits, 1,700 to 2,600 inpatient admissions, and 12,000 emergency assessments annually, with the chair functioning as clinical, academic, and administrative lead. From 1986 to 1991, I led the URMC Psychiatry Adult Ambulatory Services. During that period, I administratively oversaw the operations of the old SMH Psychiatry Emergency Department. More broadly, the department developed under my direction an array of collaborative community clinical research and training activities under the umbrella of public health and preventative psychiatry. In this vein, I focused for more than 2 decades on public health and health system approaches to preventing suicide, suicide attempts, and risk-related adverse outcomes, in great measure by addressing upstream risk and protective factors. During my career, I previously led 3 major research centers, including the CDC-funded Injury Control Research Center for Suicide Prevention and NIMH-funded CRC for the study of psychopathology for the elderly, and the NIMH-NIDA Developing Suicide Prevention Research Center, the Center for Public Health and Population Interventions for Preventing Suicide, and latter serving as a foundation for the latter ICRCS. Each comprised a diverse multidisciplinary group of investigators. Clinically, I have deep experience in the evaluation, management, and aftercare of seriously ill psychiatric patients, including acutely suicidal individuals, dating to the 1970s. In the past, I worked as a year-round inpatient hospitalist from 1978 to 1986, and 1989 to 1990, and as an outpatient psychiatrist for more than 2 decades. I participated in over 100 psychological autopsies as part of a team that worked with the Office of the Medical Examiner from Monroe County. Currently, I continue to teach and mentor faculty and residents and serve as an expert consultant to CDC suicide prevention team. I have served as one of the RAISE commissioners, working with 2 colleagues to facilitate the Mental Health Addiction Services Working Group. Regarding the FIT team, 1, it was most challenging to stand up a mobile emergency response capability, one that has 24/7 coverage under the circumstances faced by MCOMH, with the departure of its most experienced practitioner and administrative leader just at the time that this should have been moving forward. As we discussed, it's a daunting task to recruit persons and retain previously hired personnel who signed on FIT when FIT was not 24/7, who are willing to take on this type of rotating schedule. Very few PhD psychologists, master's level social workers, counselors, or marriage family therapists are trained to deal with agitated or distressed persons in community settings. Indeed, many psychiatrists are not either. Thus, once hired, it is essential that MCOMH or any other agency responsible for the mobile emergency responses extensively train those persons who will be sent out on service calls, whether with police or with another mental health provider, a nurse, or an EMT. Lack of sufficient training can be a major risk for adverse outcomes. 4, during the early years of the 21st century, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office supported the development and deployment of the Emotional Persons Response Team, which later was renamed the Crisis Intervention Team. While I don't know its current status, I recall that participants were volunteers among uniformed personnel and had about 60 hours of training. Having this or similar resources will be very helpful to complement FIT and PIC. 5, it is essential that Monroe County and Rochester have a single, highly integrated emergency crisis capability. FIT and PIC likely have different but overlapping scopes of practice. UR Medicine and Rochester Regional Health operate crisis response teams as well. It will be crucial that these are seamlessly integrated into function, or there will be confusion and some distressed persons that will fall between the cracks. It's crucial that the current 911 system operators undergo thorough training and how best to triage and direct calls to those with proper response capability. As part of this, ongoing expert supervision will likely be key to assuring continuing service excellence. 7, this integrated system, from the initial emergency call to response deployment to the safe delivery of affected persons to local emergency rooms, to assuring appropriate professionals follow-up following emergency assessment evaluation, need constant professional oversight. This responsibility, with needed authority and appropriate accountability, should, in my view, rest on the Monroe County Office of Mental Health. 8, FIT alone will not have the capacity to meet all emergency crisis needs. Rather, it will be the tightly integrated efforts of FIT, PIC, UR Med, and Rochester Regional Health, along with carefully implemented and sustained efforts of our local law enforcement agencies to assure appropriate officer training, as well as assuring sustaining a culture that reinforces the use of non-lethal and nonviolent measures in the instances that we have witnessed during the past year. 9, many of these emergency response requests and associated mental health transports to the emergency room, CP, EP settings can be prevented. The report from the Race Commission, for example, calls for funding and training and deploying community behavioral health advocates. Without going into detail here, we need to support resources that will engage potential clients long before desperate calls from community agencies, families, or friends seeking help for distressed persons.
Thank you. Finally, we're going to call Dr. Mary Morocco, Behavioral and Mental Health Specialist, Rochester Regional Health. Doctor?
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President, and our esteemed legislators for inviting me to speak tonight. I am going to keep my comments brief in the interest of time, and in that many of the things that I had planned to discuss have really been talked about by my colleagues and others who have spoken tonight. First, we seem to be here tonight because there have been multiple tragedies that have occurred involving individuals with mental health challenges in our community. And this has led to us reevaluating our resources as well as our processes in how we intervene with them. Our community has historically been at the forefront of many innovative programs, FIT being one of them, but people have talked about EDPRT and the CIT training that evolved from that, as well as the mobile crisis team through STRONG. We at Rochester Regional recently have started the Behavioral Health Access and Crisis Center, which is akin to a psychiatric urgent care center, if you will, and they too have a mobile outreach team that goes into the community to aid people in crisis. Again, the FIT team and the PIC team are also pieces of that puzzle. And I think Legislator DeFlorio had mentioned before that the FIT team is not the answer, but it is a piece of the puzzle that will meet the needs of the community. And there are other pieces that are in place right now and pieces that we absolutely have to develop over time. You know, one of the things that I think we need to do is to look at why we are where we are. And historically, we can look at something that legislator, Gondorfer had mentioned earlier. And that has to do with, what has happened over time. Anyone who knows me has heard me say, probably more than once, that where we have come to in Rochester, if you look back historically, in the mid-70s, the state hospital had 4,000 beds. Today, at the state hospital, we have 76. Now, 4,000 beds was way too many. You know, there absolutely was that too many, but I don't think that we were off by 3,924. Now, for many individuals, deinstitutionalization was a godsend. You know, they are thriving in the community with wraparound services, but there's a subset of the population that are not. No matter how many services are put into place, they're living in the streets, they're very ill, they may be brought into the ED, they may be hospitalized, and on an acute care unit in 7 to 10 days, they get better enough to be discharged to only stop their medications and continue the cycle again. So that's one of the factors that we have to look at when we see where we are today with significantly mentally ill individuals in the community that are the recipients of these services that we're talking about. You know, I think that as many pieces of the puzzle or tools that we can put into our belt, we need to, and we need to be thoughtful in our approach to these individuals. But the FIT team certainly is one of those pieces of the puzzle. And we have the opportunity of working with the FIT team in the emergency department. I've worked in an emergency department in Rochester for almost 28 years. And the numbers of individuals in the emergency departments have significantly gone up over time, as has the acuity. So having clinicians in the field to intervene to potentially eliminate the need for an ED visit if it isn't needed, as well as to help transition an individual to that level of care if that is what is needed, is invaluable. The FIT team provides us with significant clinical information when the individual arrives in the ED that law enforcement would otherwise be unable to provide to us. Some of the challenges that people have identified with FIT being that there may be an insufficient number of individuals working for FIT could potentially be solved in the near future. One challenge will be finding 18 individuals who are skilled and willing to work in that setting. We are constantly challenged at recruiting people to work in an emergency department setting. So, you know, there's just not a lot of very skilled clinicians out there who are ready, willing, and able to do this work. But certainly, you know, I hope that we're able to recruit people to do it. Recently, we've had challenges with sharing of information. There are certain times where FIT doesn't feel comfortable giving us clinical information when they are assisting in bringing somebody to the emergency department. And that can be challenging for us. It's as if we're doing a psychiatric evaluation with one hand tied behind our back. And I think that's a result of this concern regarding HIPAA. So it may be helpful to get legal input around the ability to share clinical information. Because after all, HIPAA was designed to protect patients, not to harm them. And doing a clinical evaluation without sufficient information may actually lead to harm. I want to also talk about de-escalation as an important skill, especially in the field. And you know, the FIT team, the individuals that I know who are on the FIT team are skilled at de-escalation. And it for a subset of the individuals that you will come into contact with, it will lead to a decrease in the intensity of the situation, and you know, may lead to the bad outcomes not occurring. There is some subset of the population, however, that verbal de-escalation may not be terribly effective. People who are significantly under the influence of substances or are so psychotic that they can't process the words that are being offered may not benefit as much from the de-escalation skills. However, a skilled clinician will be able to tell the difference between someone who can and someone who may not respond as well. So the ability of a clinician to be present in these situations, I think, is a valuable asset. And while it isn't the answer to our community's needs, it certainly is one of the answers. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Doctor. Open it up to questions from the legislature.
Hi, this is Legislator Turp.
Legislator Turp, you have the floor.
Doctors, first, I'd like to both thank you for being here and answering our questions, and thank you for all the words that you said. Some of the questions I have were answered. I do have a question. I don't know if one or both of you would like to answer this question, but there has been a lot of question on follow-up care. And if one or both of you could go into the transition of when somebody from the FIT team does give you that information, or somebody going through crisis does come to you, what happens in the hospital? And if you could give us an overview of what might happen in the hours, days, weeks, and months after that.
Since I work in the emergency department, I'll field that question. So upon arrival to the emergency department, an individual is first seen medically and assessed as to what their medical needs may be. If the medical physician feels that a psychiatric evaluation is warranted, they then ask the psychiatric providers to see the patient. For us at Rochester Regional, we have skilled clinicians akin to those who may be working on the FIT team, who do the initial assessment. They gather information from as many sources as are available, including perhaps if the FIT team has brought them in, the FIT clinician. Law enforcement frequently will give information. We certainly interview the individual and get as much information from them as possible. We review old records, both in our own EMR, and we have access to Strong's EMR as well, and may even call outside systems for clinical information. We contact outpatient providers or other hospitals that they may have been admitted to. We also talk to collateral sources, family members, friends, people who know them well enough to know either what has been going on or what their baseline is. And then we make an assessment as to whether the person meets criteria for admission or not, and what the most appropriate intervention will be. At that time, then we put that intervention into place. If it's admission, they're admitted to our inpatient unit. If we need further evaluation, we need more time to see. Maybe it's somebody who's been using substances, and we want to see, as the substances metabolize, will the symptoms resolve? If it's there aren't any acute symptoms present and they don't meet criteria for admission, we look at what do they need? We certainly look at safety planning. If an individual presents to an emergency department because they were feeling suicidal or they were behaving aggressively, we look at what are we help them to identify what the early warning signs of those situations may be, and then help identify skillful interventions that can occur to potentially decrease the likelihood that they will get to a point of a crisis again. So the safety plan is an important part of our assessment if one is to be discharged. We then contact the person that they live with to get input from them as to whether or not they feel that they can return home. If they don't meet criteria for admission, say it's just an interpersonal conflict, then we work with the individual to think about what other safe dispositional dispositions may occur. Is this somebody who can go to affinity place? Is this somebody that has other friends or family with whom they can stay? We contact those people and put that into place. We also ensure that we put a very strong dispositional plan with regards to mental health follow-up in place. The FIT team may be that follow-up. In the past, and as people have alluded to, that had not been able to occur as much. But in the past, the FIT team would follow people over time until they connected to the next level of care. We utilize our Behavioral Health Access and Crisis Center for what we call priority access appointments, which is the person will be seen within, by definition, priority access appointments are within 5 working days of discharge. However, we try to get them seen as soon as possible. If they're already in care, we connect them with their current providers, or if their current providers can't see them readily, then we will have a Behavioral Health Access and Crisis Center, or BHAC, bridge that time. We also utilize mobile crisis through Strong to potentially bridge that. They will see children, whereas our BHAC does not. And we put as solid a dispositional plan in place as we can. If the person doesn't follow up with their outpatient appointment, our BHAC clinicians will reach out to them and may go out and see them in the community. So we try to wrap services around the individual once they are evaluated, if they are to be discharged. If they're admitted to the hospital, they're stabilized such that they can safely be discharged. And certainly what safe enough for discharge means today is very different than what it meant 30 years ago. 30 years ago, people stayed in the hospital for months and months. Today, a 7 to 10 day inpatient admission, is the average length of stay is probably 10 days, gets them to a point where their symptoms have abated enough to go to the next level of care. That doesn't always work. We do see the same individuals be readmitted over and over. And in part because what I had talked about earlier, the next level of care doesn't exist anymore. That long-term state hospital admission for a small subset of the population who may need it really no longer exists. It's an intermediate level of care. We're told that patients are too sick to go to the state hospital, or they're not sick enough. So it's this Goldilocks patient that can go to that resource. So again, our goal is to do a thorough evaluation, gather as much information as we need to determine whether a safe discharge can be put into place, and also to determine whether a mental illness is actually the cause of the behavior. Because if it isn't caused by a mental illness, then even if somebody is potentially dangerous, they really don't meet criteria for an inpatient psychiatric stay. That would be people who are potentially sociopaths, and they may be a threat to others, but it's because they're criminal, not because they have a major mental illness for which treatment will abate that risk. I talked a lot, so I'm not sure if I answered your question or all of your questions. If I didn't, please re-ask.
No, you did. I mean, that was a lot of good information. And again, I had some other questions, and you've already started answering those questions. I guess one of my big things is you talked about there have been some tragedies in our community over the past few months. I'm wondering, this question for both of you, what changes have you seen in your hospital systems since those tragedies, and what changes do you see that still need to happen based upon things that we learned with those tragedies?
Maybe I'll take a crack at that, Mary. By the way, Mary and I trained at the same place in Chicago, so it's ironic that we find ourselves here. The tragedies have existed. They've gotten some obviously greater attention to the severity of the tragedies, but unfortunately they've existed for many years in different ways. That gap that Dr. Morocco talked about a bit between the acute service of the emergency department and inpatient psychiatry, and then the outpatient follow-up really is quite wide. There's quite a birth there. And we've been trying over years with these newfangled programs, whether it's outreach teams, whether it's mobile crisis teams, rapid access appointments, or priority access that was discussed, to bridge these gaps, follow-up crisis interventions. The common denominator are usually two things. One, it's the coordination from that acute service to the outpatient world. That can really make a difference in terms of connection. And then secondly, the limits of, as Dr. Morocco said, the admission criteria. To involuntarily or leverage someone into treatment is limited due to many legal concerns and civil rights. And no matter what we see as clinically appropriate that doesn't dictate what will necessarily happen to that individual that shows up to our service. I think it's fairly clear to a lot of our clinicians that someone could benefit from being in a hospital or benefit being in the hospital longer. But these legal criteria for them to stay or to be admitted or then to be discharged really reign over our clinical hats, and we have to manage that. The response to some of these tragedies, though, I think are these continued efforts such as FIT and PIC, these kind of hearings that we're having now, and then ways to try to address these issues, whether it's information sharing that could be limited either by legally or lack of understanding of what HIPAA is. That's commonly a problem even within clinicians. They don't know what HIPAA really stands for, and they fear it because of the consequences. Secondly, the ability to find enough clinicians, especially in a town like Rochester, which is probably mid-sized compared to where I did my training. We have a plethora of mental health services in this community compared to most cities in the country, believe it or not, as bad as it might seem. You don't have to go too far south to see the decrement and the decline in mental health services. New York State, for all its concerns, is probably the most resource rich for mental health services, barring maybe one or two other states in the union. And then really talking about how do we bridge these services and collaborate or cooperate. And as I said before, for any of these programs to work and to avoid these further catastrophes, one program being FIT, many other programs needing to be affected or improved, there has to be a collaboration across the board. Law enforcement has to be involved, mental health services, the legal team, the politicians, and everyone have to be really willing to commit. Right now, it's somewhat piecemeal, and I don't want to describe it as poor, but our efforts are piecemeal to try to fix the bigger problem. There's disenfranchised individuals from family, there's rampant substance abuse, there's what we call survival behaviors in the community, which are trespassing, petty theft, the things that get people picked up and maybe a bench warrant, but they don't get incarcerated. And this is the revolving door that we see every day in our community services as well as the emergency services. So until we can identify that group that fits between the 4,000 beds that we used to have at a state hospital and these attempts at outreach and intervention and crisis response, we're going to be at this for a while.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Based upon kind of what you both said in Dr. Morocco, you said that from your experience, the FIT team in the past used to help doing follow-ups. Do you think it would be beneficial once we do have all these new positions filled for the FIT team to have a more active role in following up and possibly having caseloads to follow up on individuals after they're released or after they go home?
Absolutely. And for a time-limited period. I mean, you cannot conceptualize them following people for long periods of time because they would then have a full caseload and would not be able to continue to see new people in crisis. But the transition from that acute crisis to handing off to the next level of care, I think the FIT team has done wonderfully in the past, and I think will continue to do once they're fully staffed.
Thank you. And my last question is for both of you. It's kind of the magic wand question. I might have already gotten both of your answers, but obviously there are a lot of people who are going through a health crisis on a daily basis. If you could both ask for anything to try to be more effective in helping people with health crisis. It sounds like Dr. Morocco, you would like to have a next level of care because it doesn't exist anymore. And Dr. Wiseman, it sounds like more collaboration. But is there anything else specifically that you would like to see in order to help people who are going through a health crisis?
I think the answer to that has to do with the kind of crisis the individual is having. People with severe mental illness, which has gone untreated, those are the individuals that I'm talking about that need the opportunity for a longer inpatient stay to increase the potential for stabilization such that we can stop the trajectory of this revolving door. For others, the kinds of services that we have and connecting them effectively to them. I mean, what we're seeing is a significant increase in young people who are presenting, not with major mental illness, but with limited coping skills and being able to manage the stressors of life, especially, given the situation that we're in right now with COVID, very stressful for people. And if you have limited coping skills, you're not going to be able to be successful. So for different groups of people, the answer is different. But I think that when we talk about agency or resources like the FIT team, that team can be skilled at identifying what the most appropriate resources are for that given individual, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. So for those who may be seriously ill and need to come to the hospital, they're able to transition them to that level of care. For those who might need connection to a counselor for coping skills, they're able to transition them there. So I think it depends on the individual as to what the need is, and it takes a skilled clinician to be able to identify what that need is, and then to seamlessly transition that individual to the appropriate resource.
I would just add with the magic wand or the wish, what I've thought about a lot, and I've spoken with both clinical providers and law enforcement, is really going back to the community. It can't be an us versus them, and it's become that. And for this to have any success, we can have wonderful programs, but if the community is not engaged and does not trust the agencies that are interfacing with them, it doesn't matter what we bring. And one of the things I've thought a lot about, but I don't have a good answer to and would love to sit around and figure it out, is to have representation in our mental health services as well as in law enforcement from our community, not just on boards, but actually being the officers on the street, being the social workers and the techs and the clinicians and the doctors in our agencies. And that all goes back, I think, to the cultural inclusion that we've been talking a lot about, to make it real, that these are the people that they see, the people that live there, that they remember the people that have emerged from their schools. And it's our role, I think, and what we can help provide is education about that, the opportunities that exist, the clubs and the community resources that I remember growing up in the Midwest. I grew up in Detroit, and it was a tough town. There were a lot of problems, but there was also a lot of community activism towards moving up. And I think that will be essential part of the magic wand if we're going to get anywhere here.
Again, I want to thank both of you for your time and for your answers, and I have no more questions at this time.
Thank you, Legislator Kirby.
Legislator Boyce?
Legislator Boyce, go ahead.
Yes, through the president to Dr. Morocco. I have a question with regards to earlier in our testimony, and I know you were listening, but there was a question that I had with regards to peer advocates or peer workers. Can you give me your opinion as to what you believe that if it would be successful, and any hesitations you would have, or any training, except extra training that they should have?
Absolutely. We have had a wonderful opportunity to work with peers in our emergency department through Liberty Resources. They're peers for individuals with substance use disorder. And they have been wonderful in helping connect individuals with care. If I tell you that you should go see this therapist, you might not believe me, but if you're talking to someone who's been there, done that, they have more of an impact. Now, in a situation like the FIT team, I think you have to be cautious. I think that there can be a lot of triggers for individuals who may have had experience with mental health crises themselves. That does not mean that there is no place for peers. However, they have to have adequate supervision, and you have to ensure that if they're feeling that this isn't a comfortable place for them to be, that they're able to say so. So training is imperative, ongoing supervision is imperative, and I think that peers can be a wonderful adjunct to a team that is out in the community evaluating and intervening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Anything else, Legislator Boyce?
Thank you. I
Okay,
yield my
anybody,
time.
any other legislators have any questions? Hearing none, we're going to go on to the next topic. Mental Health Coordinated Care Services. First participant, Ann Wilder, President, Coordinated Care Services Incorporated.
Okay, thank you.
Wilder?
Good evening, President Carbone and distinguished members of the Monroe County Legislature. And I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this evening. As you said, my name is Ann Wilder, and I'm the President of Coordinated Care Services, CCSI. CCSI is a not-for-profit agency specializing in the areas of behavioral health and human services. We've served as a subcontractor to the Monroe County Office of Mental Health, as well as other not-for-profits and governmental entities in both the Rochester area as well as upstate New York. I've been with the organization for more than 20 years and has served as its president since 2006. And I have really appreciated the discussion and questions so far this evening. I'm going to focus my testimony in two areas that I hope will both reinforce and add to the discussion. Between October and December of 2020, CCSI provided staffing and coordination support to Monroe County's 90-day mental health and substance use disorder task force, which was convened at the direction of the county executive to develop strategies to address immediate gaps in the county's behavioral health crisis response systems within the context of longer-term cross-systems redesign efforts, and also with a focus on improving our ability to meet the needs of Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. We had over 50 individuals participating in the task force and its associated work groups during this 90-day period, including 911, EMS 211, Monroe County Human Services, Mental Health, Public Health, the City of Rochester Department of Recreation and Human Services, law enforcement, mental health and substance use providers, peer service providers, and community advocacy and policy groups. And the task force identified immediate, midterm, and longer-term priorities and began to outline a set of really interconnected strategies to address current gaps and disparities in outcomes. We've talked about some of those things already this evening. Promoting earlier access to the community-based crisis support, such as warm lines, 24/7 walk-in services that already exist in the community, through focused education and outreach, using kind of language messengers and strategies to reach all sectors of our community. Reducing reliance on law enforcement and EMS in responding to behavioral health crisis calls through safe diversion of low acuity calls from 911 to 211 Lifeline, which is planned for later this year. Expanding in-person support options for individuals experiencing behavioral health crises included expanded staffing for the Forensic Intervention or FIT team, as well as supporting the City of Rochester's Persons in Crisis team. And having a more consistent and culturally responsive approach to follow-up and linkage post-crisis to help meet needs, stabilize, and prevent future crises from occurring. As outlined in the task force report, it's also very clear that in order for the behavioral health crisis services and all of the related supporting systems to meet the needs of our community, we must acknowledge, understand, and address the longer-standing issues impacting the way Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities experience the system, including systemic racism, mistrust, and the additional stress that can be created when in a time of crisis, individuals aren't able to get the help they need in their preferred language or in the context of their culture. This task force report was delivered to county leadership on January 4th and released more broadly last month. And we are really pleased to be supporting Dr. April Aycock, Monroe County's mental health director, as she leads the implementation of this work. As outlined in the task force report, and I think shared here tonight, the forensic intervention team is one important component of a multifaceted, system-wide approach to strengthening behavioral health crisis supports. CCSI has supported the Monroe County Office of Mental Health in operating the program since inception in 2017. It began with 3 staff at the time working largely daytime hours, and really a core focus on supporting law enforcement by following up with individuals struggling with mental health and addiction and linking them to services. Based on community need, the program was expanded to 5 full-time clinicians in June of 2019, and the hours were extended to include evening hours. In May of 2020, the Monroe County Office of Mental Health submitted a proposal to the Bureau of Justice Assistance for a Justice and Mental Health Collaboration Grant to support the further expansion of FIT, further extending coverage hours with a specific focus on the city of Rochester, where the need was the greatest. As Kelly Wilmot shared in her testimony earlier this evening, in September, the county's chief of clinical and forensic service left her position, and 2 CCSI staff members assumed interim shared leadership of the program while the county moved to fill that vacancy. In October, the county was notified that the grant application had been successful, and we began working to expand the program with this new 3-year funding commitment. New positions were posted in December in anticipation of the legislature's formal acceptance of the funding, which it did at its January 12th meeting. Interviews for the position began on January 15th, and offers were extended to new hires by the first week of February, so that process did move pretty rapidly. Onboarding of new staff began 2 weeks later, and the program is now staffed with 8 full-time and part-time clinicians. In tandem with efforts to expand the FIT program staffing and supported by the grant, FIT coverage hours were also extended to better meet community needs. On January 15th, the program expanded to 24/7 coverage with an in-person response available from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and telephone-based clinical support available for overnight and weekends. On February 4th, the program moved from telephone-based to in-person response for all shifts, including overnight and weekend hours, and the expanded shifts have been covered by current FIT team members, supplemented with members of CCSI's clinical staff, while the new staff members were hired and onboarded. Through this time, we've definitely seen the need in the community, and there's been an increase in the number of individuals receiving support from the FIT team, which has continued to grow from about 1,042 individuals served by FIT in 2019 up to 1,500 in 2020, so about a 44% increase. So far this year, the FIT team has provided support to 509 individuals, recognizing that many individuals will have multiple contacts with a FIT clinician as they better understand their needs and work to link them with the services and supports that we hope are going to be the key in preventing future crises. I do want to acknowledge, as many people have here tonight, the incredible dedication that the FIT team members have shown, particularly during the first part of this year, in taking on the additional work required to meet community need, while we worked as quickly as possible to recruit and onboard additional staff. They are talented, hardworking, and dedicated, and I am so grateful and proud of their work and the impact they have on our community. We are also so appreciative of the additional investment the county has committed to the FIT program and are wholly committed to working hand in hand with county leadership, the Monroe County Office of Mental Health, law enforcement, and the community on the design, implementation, and ongoing evaluation of this significant program expansion. And I think that's really the opportunity that lies before us tonight. So I thank you for the opportunity to offer this testimony, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Next participant, Abigail Timberlake McCormick, also with Coordinated Care Services Incorporated. You have the floor. Are you on, Ms. McCormick?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with a little statement that I wrote just to give you some background about what my job is and how it came to be. I tend to be a fast talker, and I'm nervous. So if it gets too fast, just tell me to slow down, and I will. I wanted to take a minute and thank the law enforcement agencies and 911 that have given me a great deal of information and training to help me to do my job competently and to keep me safe. I left working from the University of Rochester ACT team that Dr. Weissman mentioned earlier in September of 2017 to work for the CCSI, contracted to the Monroe County Office of Mental Health. While I was working on the ACT team as a therapist, I engaged in trainings for safety under Dr. Weissman, some of which he mentioned. I was hired September 11th, 2017, and I was tasked with creating a working relationship with RPD. My supervisor, Kim Butler, had a working relationship with RPD administration and some patrol officers, and I was asked to further that relationship. This being said, I knew nothing about police. I knew nothing about policies. I knew nothing about how they did their job from a day-to-day. The first 3 months of my employment, I did a fair amount of ride-alongs that's in the car with the officers, met with providers in the community to become familiar with various systems work that I may or may not have had a whole lot of experience, so that how the veteran system, get in a little bit more detail, how the veteran system worked, the OPWDD system, the older adult system, the child system, and various other trainings to understand at least the scaffolding of how to refer somebody into a system. And my coworkers, Fit 2 and Fit 4, also were involved in that. During those first several months, I spent a great deal of time reading articles about co-responding, how it's done in various places in the United States, Britain and Australia. The only reason I chose those because they're English-speaking countries. And I found that in other places, the translations weren't particularly good, so I couldn't glean the information that was helpful. Kim provided a great deal of information to us at the same time. She sent us articles. Some of that information I found by searching through bibliographies from research articles. So after that time, every 6 weeks to 8 weeks, Kim Butler and Sergeant Boyley and I met to discuss what ideas I had come up with to proceed with the development of my position. I would share with them my organization systems, my thinking about how to stay organized because of the volume of population in the city of Rochester and the people in need, how to keep it organized, how do I prioritize the most acute, Sergeant Boyley was kind enough to share with me police culture with me so I could understand when I would interact with police, how their training would have me viewed. And that was extraordinarily helpful when it came to ride-alongs. And I'll speak about that a little bit more later on. I was also asked to create a collaboration with FACET, which I did with the help of Tom Ford, who's the team leader of FACET, which he is now under the Parks and Recreation Department, along with the PIC team. So at that point, I would get referrals from police officers, and they could come in via email, they could come in via phone, they could come in via text. They might come in from Sergeant Boyley, from an officer, or from another sergeant or a lieutenant, and then come either to Kim or to myself directly. And although linkage to treatment is my ultimate goal, sometimes that could mean several hours. Sometimes it meant several days of interacting with this person. I think Dr. Morocco mentioned that several weeks, and sometimes it was several months with a person. There really is no typical scenario, as each person is an individual and everybody has their own wants and desires. And, to accept the fact that I was a complete stranger who walked into their life. So there are times, more often than not, that I would connect an individual to basic needs, making sure that they had adequate food, making sure that they had housing, making sure that if they'd lost a connection to a loved one or spiritual connections, so that they knew that I wasn't just trying to get them into treatment. And then as time and trust built between myself and that individual, they might consider the notion that having a therapist or having some kind of treatment might be a way to alleviate some of their suffering. So with that being said, we never really closed the door on somebody. So it's not like where a person is in treatment and then they're terminated. I have people who call me up months later, they've moved to another state in the country and they say, I'm coming back to town. Can you send me the affordable housing list? And I get their address and I put it in the mail and I send it to them. Because once they were identified by RPD and RPD asked me to help them, this is now their help to be not using crisis services. So some of this involved doing the psychiatric evaluation on the scene. And there are times when we have to send somebody to the hospital, and using New York State mental hygiene law under 945. And when that happens, you know, I have my criteria to follow. That may include, it always includes, I call the hospital to give report, and Dr. Morocco mentioned that. So the staff there need to know what I saw on the scene, why the person presented as unsafe for themselves at that time, in order to fold that into their evaluation of this person. And that includes sometimes phone numbers from people that I met on the scene, the cousin, the brother, the neighbor, whoever called 911 sometimes present themselves to me so that they can then gather more information. I don't go to sleep until that's done. And sometimes I have to tell them, you got to call me by 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock because I'm going to bed. So by then, and then they call. Because they get backed up right now, you know, our EDs are getting slammed, as the doctors mentioned. If the person was admitted, and this is back, you know, going back a couple of years, I'd work with the inpatient units to ensure that they knew the barriers that the patient was facing out in the communities prior to the mental health transport. If the patient was agreeable, I would go to the floor to meet with them, to talk to them about what I saw, because sometimes patients, especially if there was drug use involved, might not have good recollection about where they were, what their symptoms were presenting like, so that then could be part of their safety plan when they leave the hospital. And again, there's a continuity of care until they get either connected or reconnected, as Commissioner Crossdale spoke about. So initially, the calls came in and the referrals came in from CIT officers and other administration, because those are the folks who are most familiar with it. And each day, so this is more of the practical stuff, each day I would go through who it was that had been taken to the hospital in the previous 24 hours. And of course, on Monday morning, I got more because I had more time, you know, more individuals, and look for patterns of behaviors of why people were using crisis services. You know, if a person is receiving their funds from the representative payee on a Monday at 10 o'clock, and then they end up in Rochester Regional each evening at 8 o'clock, and they use cocaine, and we know that they use cocaine, then they might, and often people don't want to be perpetuating this pattern of behavior, but they don't really know or have the skills to how to disconnect from that. Negotiating with them and their representative payee to change their check schedule might be the simplest of all things, and then we can help limit their.
You've got 30 seconds if you want to just ask her to summarize.
Okay. Minute. Thank you.
So That does not include, so you understand, anybody who goes in medically, that would not be something I would see, and it does not go in for anybody who walks into the ED as a walk-in. I also would read through anybody who was arrested to make sure that Kim would know the individual that I knows previously might be appropriate for mental health court diagnostically. In early 2018, the mental health transport database went electronic, which made that portion of our jobs that much easier because then I could read them and it wasn't all in handwritten. And around the fall of 2018, the co-responding model, which I had originally been hired to work under, which was the intentional pairing, I was hired to work directly with an RPD officer to respond to mental health crises. That did not materialize. So I requested to go back to ride-alongs so I could meet more officers. The advantages to ride-alongs for me was not only did I have a chance to learn the nuances of the officer's job and they to learn my job, the nuances of my job, and they were patient with me for my naive questions. It also allowed me to meet other officers on scenes. So one officer often has a partner out there who they work collaboratively together. But if a call comes in, you might have the officer I'm paired with and 3 other officers whom I don't know. And then I could explain my role, give them my business card, explain how they can refer people. And that really helped to blossom how my referrals developed. So I am truly appreciative of all the time that RPD and all of the information they've given me to help me to function in this role. In spring of 2019, the radios were issued to us. We began using them to check in as safety. In July or June, I don't know, my administration shared the direct number. That's when the evening staff started. And in 3 of 2020, the ride-alongs discontinued because of COVID.
Ms. McCormick?
Yes.
You're way over your 10 minutes. We'll get to more of that during the questions, but everybody was limited to 10 minutes in their opening remarks. That's okay. That's all right. We let you have an extra 2.5 minutes, but that's as far as we're going to go. Okay? So now the legislators could ask you some questions, and maybe you can get into more of the things you were saying during your answers to the questions. Okay?
All right.
Legislator questions. There's no questions?
Yes, President Carbone, Legislator Boyce.
Okay, Legislator Boyce.
Yes, to Ms. Timberlake, can you tell me, in your opinion, since the departure of Kim Butler and your former FIT supervisor, what has been the oversight and supervision of FIT been like? And that was before, and then specifically before Ms. Jenner was hired.
So since Kim's departure, early of October, I think it was the first week in October, until Megan's beginning, we met regularly on Mondays for regular FIT meetings from 2 to 3.
Okay. And in your opinion, did the new management have a proper grasp on what the FIT members did, their duties and responsibilities were?
Legislator Boyce, you're asking me to, it's a difficult question. I don't think that they understood our roles well when they stepped into this position. So much of the time in the beginning of October, November, was helping them to understand, I'm sorry, I got to take a breath because this is making me anxious. Was helping them to understand, and at least for me personally, I was in crisis at that point because as of September of 2020, I started getting dispatched with no forewarning that I was going into a dispatch model. I was working an 8-hour job prior to that. Then I got added to dispatch. And as you've heard from previous presenters, much of the calls are coming from RPD, which is absolutely understandable with the level of trauma and in need in the city. And so I went from an 8-hour day to a 14 to 16-hour days worth of workload overnight with no forewarning. I kept asking about what it was that I was expected to do. And I didn't get a clear answer, actually, on how to negotiate those two roles. Yeah.
As a follow-up question, during your what you were talking about in your statement, is it my understanding from what you said, were you covering specifically the city of Rochester by yourself, or did you have other FIT team members working side by side with you?
So to answer your question specifically, when we first created FIT, we had to we created the idea that we would split the county up into 3 domains: the east side of the county, the west side of the county, and the city. So I covered the city and all of the follow-ups with the city myself. And then when the evening staff came on, they was, as Ann Wilder mentioned, they were solely hired to answer dispatch. And, you know, logistically thinking, when you think about it, they work until 10 p.m. Most agencies close at 4 or 5. So they wouldn't be able to do connections to treatment providers as I would. So most of that then fell under me. They might go back to a household or a family to make a connection, but then, you know, there wasn't, the more, I hate to use the term chronic, but as Dr. Morocco mentioned, the SPMI population, the people that, you know, have been out on the streets for years and years, all of those that are in the downtown area, in the city, those are people that I would capture and try to negotiate with their treatment providers to keeping them, you know, in treatment, on adequate meds, reducing the chemical dependency use, making sure that any kind of augmenting services that they could possibly use be offered to them. Whatever it is that we could do to keep them from utilizing crisis services and having the best quality of life that they wanted for themselves.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, and by all accounts, it sounds like, you know, you're an amazing person and go above and beyond the call of duty. Just a little bit more about your supervision. Do you believe that now that you're going to have, you know, new supervisors and more supports, do you believe that the FIT team will be in a better position to serve the community of Monroe?
I do believe that. I see Megan as competent, and I do believe that she had been supervising several of the program at the socio-legal clinic prior to that. So I saw there, you know, how that was managed previously. And she's jumped right in. No, she's gone out into the community. She has specifically with intention attempted to gain knowledge about how FIT operates to get up and running quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony and your
You're welcome.
Legislator Roman.
Go ahead, Legislator Roman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. President. Thank you, you know, all for still being here with us today. We know that it has been a long time tonight, especially. My question is, there's been a lot of discussion in regards to peer advocates within the FIT program. Could you share with us how you would feel about peer advocates and if you feel that they would enhance FIT program in any way?
I think Dr. Morocco summarized it quite well. I do think that peer advocates have a unique perspective on individuals who are in crisis, having lived through that. I share concerns about their personal safety, both emotionally and physically, to make sure that they are adequately protected with the training that we got prior to them going out onto the streets.
Through you, Mr. President, when you talk about their safety, as a clinician, what kind of training do you have in regards to safety in the streets? Is that a training?
Well, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, prior to leaving the University of Rochester, I participated in a series of trainings that were done by Dr. Weissman for the staff. Also, the police have been extremely good to me with teaching me factual skills when I'm on the scene. One portion of that is so that, because I am a burden to the police when I am present, because I am an additional person for them to keep safe, and I have so little training. So by teaching me how to assess scenes, then I can stay out of their way for them to do their job, because ultimately when we are there, I have to I defer to them from a safety point of view before I can interview an individual. So it's that kind of information that I would feel would be important for the peers to have before they went into the community.
Thank you for that insight. Oh,
you're welcome.
Sorry. I was just going to say thank you for that insight.
You're welcome.
I wonder if I might just offer, just another piece of information that might be relevant here. And I think as we're talking about sort of the next iteration of kind of what the FIT team might look like in the context of this, significant expansion. And I think the idea is really to, kind of think about a peer role in the context of that follow-up work. So there's clearly a lot of discussion that would need to be had. And I just want to make sure that we've been clear in representing that this evening.
Perfect. Thank you for that follow-up. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator
Any other legislators have any questions? Who's that, Legislator DeFlorio?
Yeah, just one follow-up question for Ms. Wilder. I believe I heard earlier, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was a mention of vehicle issues with team members, and one of the law enforcement officers, I believe, mentioned that they had offered to provide vehicles to FIT staff so they would have them to make calls. Am I remembering that correctly? And if yes, can you share where that stands at this point, if your team members have enough vehicles, or where you're at with that?
And I think that would probably be a question for county administration. As an entity right now, CCSI does not have a fleet, and that isn't part of the service that we would provide. I think if there were a decision made that was an essential part of the service going forward, we would work with the county in thinking about how to do that. But I think that's probably a question that maybe more goes to county leadership.
Gotcha. Is there somebody on the line that could answer that question?
Yeah, unfortunately, Legislator DeFlorio, we have to limit the questions to the people on the panel.
Oh, okay, got you. Sorry. Thank you. I guess we'll follow up later. Thank you.
Any other legislators have any questions?
Legislator Morelli.
Mr. President.
I think Legislator Morelli piped in first. Sorry. Go ahead, Legislator Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to make a comment. I would like to just thank Abigail. Her testimony was incredible. And as someone who's actually doing this work and is dealing with this on a day-to-day basis, I found your testimony to be extremely helpful. And unfortunately, I think a lot of what we've heard tonight, particularly from politicians, is trying to politicize this program and to try and find fault in try and make this just a political fight. And yet, Abigail, you show that this is truly about people, and you have made this just so incredibly important that your work is what really has the ability to help people in the worst situations of their lives. And you know, I think back to your comment where oftentimes you hear people in this body say, well, we just need to put more money and we need to put more people into the FIT program. And yet you just said to all of us, when you're there on a scene, you're a burden to the police officers. Which I thought, here we are, a group of politicians saying we need to put more people on these streets, and you're saying to us, well, actually, I get in the way. Abigail, your work is incredibly important, and as I've said about teachers, and I think you fall into this category. There's a special place in heaven for you, for the work that you've done. And so I don't have any questions for you. Your testimony was extremely helpful. And I think really the important what you're doing and how well the FIT program is working, regardless of what politicians try to say is not working. You are the example of how it's working and how this program will continue to work because of people like you. So thanks for staying with us till 10 o'clock tonight, 10:30, for your great comments and for all of the work that you continue to do on behalf of my constituents and certainly members of the Democratic Caucus. We thank you for all the work that you do. So thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The Republicans also thank you. Our Republicans. Legislator Alcoffer.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Carbone. I also want to echo that the speakers were just amazing. They really educated me this evening. I do work with our Gates Police Department pretty closely. And I've heard a number of times from officers, they had a call for a FIT team for a problem here in Gates with the residents. But anyways, my question, I never asked this to the Gates Police Department, is how are they transported? And I'm going to follow up with that on an ambulance, a police car. But I've heard a number of times when they get to the hospital, a number of times at the hospital just gives them a bus pass to go back home again. And I just don't understand that. Can you clarify that?
I think Dr. Morocco and Dr. Weissman spoke to that more eloquently than I could ever. So as a designee, and if I send somebody to the hospital, they meet criteria for being unsafe in this setting. But when they get to the hospital, if they are on a substance, which I can't ascertain that at the time, standing on the street or in their home or wherever we are, and they get to the hospital and that has metabolized and is out and they now can plan for their own safety, then they are subsequently released. But I think Dr. Morocco did a really much more eloquent job with explaining how. And I know that's a frustrating thing for the police officers. And I believe it's Dr. Mendoza was working on a task force of individuals in the community to start working with a chemical dependency population I don't know where that is at, but because COVID hit and everything ground to a halt, unfortunately. But once that happens, if that's still on the table, I think a lot of folks will be able to find adequate services through that venue. Because those people I understood would be outreach workers as well. So many people who, even if they have an illness, they become destabilized when they utilize an illegal drug or use a drug that's not prescribed to them. And they end up in our EDs. I hope that gives you an explanation, but again, that's not really my wheelhouse of knowledge. I mean, I experience it.
Right. We've, through you, Mr. President, we've encountered a few veterans that have severe PTSD, and they come home and they have a bad day and they take it out on their spouse or the children, and then the police are called to alleviate the situation, you know? So we get calls like that in the town. I'm sure they're countywide as well. So how do you address that? I mean, if you could educate me too, because I do go out on a few calls, but they're resolved with family members.
Well, there are a fair amount of veteran services, and we do have it's not a formalized liaison, but we do have a working relationship with the veterans. And I'd be happy to share that information. I mean, I don't want to take up the entire county legislation time for that. I'd be happy to share that, or my administration, I'm sure, could share that as well. But providing that direct information to the family members at the scene, what is available in terms of their crisis line, if the individual is a homeless individual, you know, and the loved one, you know, wants to assist them to get into services. I know that there's a new building downtown on Scioto Street that is veterans only, that comes from their emergency group homes. You know, and it's an apartment building. So they are developing those services as well, the veterans are. But I'd be happy to forward you, you know, further information.
Sure, if you could, I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much, Abigail.
You're quite welcome.
Okay. I am at the table. Thank you so much. You really educated me this evening, all of you.
Legislator Brew.
Legislator Brew, you have the floor.
Yes. I'd like to echo Legislator Morelli's accolades for Ms. Timberlake. I found her testimony to be extremely enlightening, and I think we hear from many talented people and many people with insight tonight, and it's obvious that Ms. Timberlake actually walks the talk and sharing her experiences. So I certainly appreciate that. However, I differ with Legislator Morelli's assessment that this is all about politics. I thought we would be able to avoid the discussion of politics tonight, okay? But I'm looking at a number of Democratic legislators that actually pose some very good questions to our subject matter experts tonight, as well as all the different other caucuses involved, okay? We're all involved. We have legislators have a vested interest in the care that our community receives from government entities. We also have a vested interest in the money that received through grants, through our own contingency fund, is adequately administered, and it makes it out to the community members that are in need. So yes, Legislator Morelli may want to categorize this as political. I take strong exception to that. And again, I would like to thank everybody for participating tonight. Your testimony, your factual discussions were very much appreciated. And I would just like to leave it at that. Again, thank you again.
Thank you, Legislator Brew. Anyone else on this topic, or can we go to the next one? Mental health, community partners. First subject, Mary Russo, CEO and President, and Elijah McLeod, Director of Self-Help Drop-In Support Services, Mental Health Association. Ms. Russo, you're up. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Mr. McLeod was not able to extend the invitation this evening, but thank you for the invitation for him. So I will be representing MHA. I wanted to thank you, Mr. President Carbone, for the invitation to speak today. Mental Health Association of Rochester and Monroe County, known as MHA in our community, is a nonprofit peer-run agency with over 80% of our staff self-identifying as a peer or have lived experience with living with a peer in their household. To clarify, a peer in this context is a person who lives with a mental illness or behavioral health condition. MHA has traditionally been part of the crisis and training for law enforcement, specifically identifying what it's like to hear voices to fellow officers. We support the additional training for law enforcement to support peers in our community. We also welcome the opportunity to allow certified peers to become fit team members. Due to the recent additional needs in our community, MHA began supporting police officer recruits enrolled with the Police Exam Career Prep Organization in the fall of 2020 by providing free mental health training for attendees to learn more about mental health behaviors and necessary responses in emergent situations, which we believe will provide positive results for individuals to receive the care that they need. Our agency mission is to have individuals who are dealing with a behavioral health issue or experiencing mental illness symptoms receive the much needed care they deserve with dignity, which will destigmatize the needs of mental health individuals. Mental health should be considered just as important as one's physical health, and we are pleased that Monroe County is allowing additional resources for this very important issue that affect many within our community. Thank you. I yield the floor and welcome your questions by esteemed legislators.
Thank you very much. Legislators, questions?
Wait, we have a few more in this category.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. Made a mistake, it's late. Heather Newton, Executive Director, National Alliance on Mental Illness.
I'm going to read her statement she submitted.
Oh, submitted written statement.
My apologies for needing to step off the legislature hearing early. My name is Heather Newton. I'm the Executive Director of NAMI, Rochester National Association on Mental Illness. I was part of the 90-day task force. NAMI is the nation's largest mental health advocacy organization. We are in strong support of strengthening and expanding FIT. We're also very cognizant that we have all inherited a very broken and severely underfunded mental health system. We cannot rely on a single team, no matter how capable or large it is, to sufficiently address the needs of those living with mental illness and their families. FIT is a very important piece of the puzzle, as is the expansion of CIT training. In addition, we must acknowledge that real change will not happen until mental health is given the same attention, funding, and respect as any other medical condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Funchess, President, Ubuntu Village Works.
Good evening, everyone. President Carbone, members of the legislature, I thank you for this opportunity to address you about this very important topic. My name is Melanie Funchess, and I am the President and CEO of Ubuntu Village Works. The Ubuntu Village works with communities to provide culturally responsive mental health services and supports. We have worked with organizations and community groups across the country to create culturally responsive services and supports. We educate the community on the importance of mental health in connection to physical health, the myths, stigmas, and misconceptions related to mental health. I've been an advocate in this community for over 20 years, and in that time, I've come to understand that we have a mental health system that has significant challenges, and that especially in light of the increased need that people are experiencing in the light of the pandemic, we as a community need to rethink how we support our community members experiencing mental health challenges. There are challenges with the continuum of care, the different levels of services that people can access in times of need, and gaps in services that supports that create challenges for people in need. We need to bolster the continuum of care so that there is a precision of fit between the need and the services that are provided to meet the need. The hospital is many times not the appropriate level of treatment for people in crisis, but because there is not another more appropriate level at the time of need, people are taken there and end up leaving without what the care they truly need. And there are examples of how to do this differently that we can glean from other communities. There are capacity issues throughout our community where there are wait lists for programs, slow response to services due to low capacity, and long wait lists to see a prescriber when a pharmacological treatment is needed. Compounding the capacity issue is a lack of culturally responsive providers in our community. Many cultural communities have historic mistrust of systems and providers needing training, and providers need training to culturally competently serve these communities. FIT was designed to follow up and provide linkage for people experiencing mental health challenges who had frequent contact with law enforcement due to crisis. They do this very well. But what we need to understand is they are a part of a multifaceted system. They are just a part. And we need to bolster the entire system with a more robust continuum of services and supports to help keep people from getting to the point of crisis where they need FIT. We also need to support the community organizations so that they can provide culturally responsive care to people so that more people will engage and stay in treatment. And this conversation needs to happen in collaboration with community. We need to have systems leaders, providers, advocates, peers, family peers, and families part of this conversation of reimagining a system that serves our community well. And I will yield for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from the legislators?
President Carbone?
Yes.
I would like to add one other thing because I realize that I am the only peer on this call. And as a peer, I would like to be able to address the questions surrounding peers because people have talked about peers, but they haven't talked to a peer. So I would like to say that peers can play a vital role because many people on this call tonight have seen me in community, they know me, but what they may not know is that I'm a peer. Peers with the proper training and support can be a vital member of many different teams across the continuum of care. Having the lived experience of living with a mental health challenge and working their way through to the other side can help other people make it through. Recovery is something that is real in mental health, and no one can tell going there how to get there better than been there. Now I'm done.
How does somebody become a peer?
You have to have lived experience in this context. You have lived experience of someone living with mental. There's two different kinds of peers. There's an adult peer, which is a person who has lived with mental health challenges, and then you can go and there's certification courses. There's the Mental Health Association offers a year-long certification course where you go through different classes to learn different skills to combine with your lived experience to be able to help others through navigating systems. There are also family peers, which I also am one. That is the parent or caregiver of a child who has mental health challenges that emerged in childhood. And so those peers, and there's also a certification for those. There's a national certification as well as a state certification for family peers. The National Association, the National Association for National Federation of Families for Children's Mental Health offers the federal certification, and Families Together in New York State offers the state level certification for family peers. So the one thing about all the peers that have in common is that they have lived experience, and that that if you're working as a peer, you are certified either on the state level or the national level or both.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Legislator Roman.
Legislator Roman, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you all for being here. To both individuals on the panel currently or to whomever finds this question more appropriate. Ms. Funches, you kind of were discussing peers. My question is, can either of you explain why a peer education model would be considered culturally competent?
Peer education models as they stand are not automatically culturally competent because the peer education programs that currently exist were created from a Eurocentric model. which does not speak to the cultural differences from many different cultural communities. But I do believe that there can be adaptations and additions to the current peer training models to bring in a culturally responsive care lens to that. And it can be interwoven through any of the programs that currently exist so that peers can also offer culturally responsive care.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your insight.
Mr. President?
Yes?
Yeah, thank you. Just as a follow-up to Ms. Funches, could you give an example of how you might, because you thought about it, how you might suggest we could make the peers program more culturally competent? And I don't mean perfectly, but a step in the right direction.
So what we could do with that is, first, there's two components. One, we need more peers from diverse backgrounds. And when I speak of culture, I don't speak just of race and ethnicity. I speak around all intersections, because mental health affects 1 in 5 people in prevalence across the country. So there are peers, there are peers in every community. So we need more peers from diverse communities on one hand, and on the second hand, we need to find out about, add into training about the cultural nuances of working with communities and how, and not just how to help, but how to not do harm. Because of the historical, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, go ahead.
Because of the historical circumstances that face many communities, particularly communities of color, their the way they approach systems is different. And until you understand, like, you can't know where I'm going unless you know where I've been.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't understand why, a lot of us do not want to engage with systems. Dr. Aycock much earlier this evening spoke about the American Psychiatric Association actually issuing an apology for upholding racist things. And so we need to have people have this understanding to go in so that when they engage with people, they know how to engage in a way that actually makes someone want to enter into care.
Okay, so I understand there's two components. One is, I call it recruitment. So
right. One is a peopleware thing to increase the capacity of diverse personnel within the peer movement, the paid peers. And then one is to create training. And there is training that does exist. This is not something that has to.
That was my follow-up.
It does exist.
Okay.
It does exist. And in fact, offline, because of the time, if you are interested, I can show you some of the peer. I can provide some of the peer culturally responsive peer training models that do exist. But I want to say they do exist. So you just have to engage them.
Okay, so we'll take that offline, but I would be interested. I imagine a few others would be as well.
I would also just add that we do cultural competence training at MHA at least annually. And as Ms. Funches referred to, as far as making sure that our staff are linked to the proper cultural fit, one might just be bilingual. There might be issues and barriers there. There may be some experiences with migration. So there are many facets when we talk about cultural competence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Legislator Baroff? Any other discussion?
President.
Seeing none, we'll go on to the next topic. Legislator Boyce. Oh, Legislator Boyce.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
This is my passion, and I appreciate both of you being here so late, and it's so important to our community. But I just wondered if you or anybody that works within your agencies have had contact with our Monroe County FIT team, and if so, were there any suggestions? Because I think that it's so important to get that perspective from the clients that are served, and not just be up here and saying we know what's best.
So I can answer that. We have a crisis diversion program, which is what Mr. McLeod is the director of. So we tend to see individuals either before their point of crisis and we do much de-escalations and follow-ups and ensure that people understand what it's like and when to reach out for help with suicidal ideations. I can also let you know that we are part of the RIO, and we do look at, I'll call them clinical inpatient visits, so that in the event that someone is being transferred out, that we do have that ability to reconnect with them. But again, we only can reconnect if they were once seen at MHA. But I will let you know that we do have much experience, both crisis diversion as well as post-hospitalization.
But I think she asked, do you communicate with FIT? Is that what you asked, Legislator Boyce?
And Legislator Boyce, I have had through some of the folks in the community that I deal with, we have had contact with FIT. FIT is good in what they do. You know, Legislator Boyce, you know, we've known each other a long time, and they are, and you know, I'm a straight shooter. They're good at what they do. As we are doing the expansion of FIT, I would love to see them become more diverse as a team. And I would also like to see them engage in some some training around culturally responsive service provision. That is not to say that they're doing something wrong. That is just to say, to give them another tool in their box to enhance the service that they provide.
Thank you, and I truly appreciate those comments. Please, I'll always be Carla, and I appreciate your comments. With that being said, I hope that you'll stay connected with us and definitely keep us on track. But with regards to your comments, I was really invested in having this hearing, and I know that the FIT team is a great group of individuals, clinicians that do the hard work that many of us admire. But with that being said, we knew that there was gaps in service, and when I think that the big thing for me was hearing that FIT was 24/7, FIT was 24/7, when in reality it wasn't. And it was the question that was burning. Why wasn't it 24/7? That's when most of the crises in the community occur. So please.
Legislator Boyce, may I address that? Something that I really want all of the legislators to really hear from somebody on the ground is that FIT is part of a team. Something that we need to refocus to say, how do we keep it so that people don't get to the point where they need FIT? Because we have a robust system in Monroe County. We're service rich, results poor, but we're service rich. And we need to look at the continuum of care such that there's a precision of fit between what people need and what people receive to make sure that we can keep people out of crisis. Because we keep saying, well, what do we do when they get to crisis? Why don't we stop them from being in crisis? Why don't we provide people with the culturally responsive supports that they need so that they can engage and be persistent in care and be well? And so, I get, and Carla, I get what you're saying. I really do. I'm sorry to be familiar, but I get what you're saying. What I also need you all to hear and understand is that we need other things too, and they need to be funded. We need the workforce to be culturally responsive. We need them to be able to be trained. We need the funding so they can get trained. I'm talking about practice level clinicians in our clinics. We need to have more peers. We need to have all these things. If we have all these things, there'll be less people getting to crisis and in need of FIT. And I'm saying that we still need FIT, and FIT is great, but they're part of an entire system, and we need to look at the system as a whole.
I would also like to add that we were part of the task force, the 90-day task force here at MHA. And what Ms. Funchess is spot on. What I will say again is that the crisis diversion is what's most needed. Like Ms. Funchess said, you know, we hear a lot about the people in crisis, and there's a lot of people that have been de-escalated through services. And again, utilizing peer services. So as the former person who was before me just talked about, Abigail, she talked about how people would go to the hospital and then possibly be let go earlier than they needed to. And some of that has to do with resources, but the point that we need to understand, like Ms. Funchess said, is that we are resource rich. We just need to not reinvent the wheel, but to actually utilize what we do have in a more robust fashion, which is again why MHA started looking at training opportunities, being part of the task force, and ensuring that our programs were open even during COVID virtually.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're going to go to the next topic, community advocates. Our first participant is Wanda Ridgway, Executive Director, Rise Up Rochester. Ms. Ridgway.
Greetings, President Carbone and distinguished members of the Monroe County Legislature. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on today. My name is Wanda Ridgway, and I'm the Executive Director of Rise Up Rochester Incorporated, where we provide support and comfort for families at homicide scenes and serve as the liaison between families, the hospital, and the police department. I work with community partners to create safety plans for victims of violence to decrease retaliatory victimization. In this role, I often see barriers that the victims of violence experience when they try to access resources. Far too often, there is no support for victims of violence and their families, which leaves families helpless and hopeless. Too often, I have served families where the victim had mental health issues, but the FIT team was not present. Far too often, I have served families where I've reached out, but did not receive responses until much later. We need a FIT team that responds with compassion and empathy for all people served. We need a FIT team that is culturally competent and can relate to the families it serves. We need a FIT team that follows up with families, ensures loved ones have the support and resources that they need. In closing, I just want to share a brief story with you. Imagine a mother calling you to get help for her 20-year-old son who is a paranoid schizophrenic. He's tearing up the house and she's terrified to call the police. So she calls me and asks me where can she get help for her son. I call a FIT team and ask for them to reach out to this desperate mother. But of course, no one called her. Next month, I received a call from the same mother because her son was shot and in the hospital. While in the hospital, he had an outburst and needed mental health support. His mother pleads with them to place him or to provide him with the support and treatment that he needed. But of course, the hospital released him without the help he needed. A few months later, the same mother called because her son had access to weapons and threatened to shoot them and others. Her worst fear was that her son would commit a crime and be in prison, or even worse, that he would be shot and killed in the streets of Rochester. Unfortunately, this mother's son is now in Monroe County Jail, where once more, he will not receive the support that he needs. Just imagine how different this story could have been if he received the support from the FIT team. See the support from the FIT team when they was first called. Thank you.
Legislator Brew.
We have two more, Legislator Brew.
Oh, I am sorry.
That's okay. I made the same mistake last time. Aqua Porter, Executive Director, Rochester, Monroe County Anti-Poverty Initiative.
Good evening,
Porter.
President. Good evening, President Carbone, and to the esteemed legislature members. I represent the Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative as its Executive Director. I will keep my comments brief because of the hour and because a lot of the things that would like to say have already been spoken about. The Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative supports and encourages funding and resources be reinvested in our community based on decades of racial injustices. We support investing local and state resources in alternative ways to provide for emergency responses to non-violent situations staffed by mental health professionals. We also support and encourage that our health and justice systems be accountable for how they treat individuals in crisis. And we support and propose legislation that decriminalizes poverty. This includes eliminating unnecessary fines and fees, increasing expungement options, and otherwise updating laws to reduce incarceration and eliminate unnecessary barriers that cause stressors and impacts our community members. We recognize and advocate that intentionality be placed so that community members are at the center of co-creating solutions that are a part of any solutions that are developed for our community. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our final person was Danielle Ponder, Chief Diversity Officer of the Monroe County Public Defender's Office, but unfortunately she was unable to attend tonight, so discussion, please. Legislator Brew.
Yes, to anyone on the panel, I know that Ms. Ridgway had actually indicated that there were many times where the FIT team was unable to respond, but I'd just like to ask, there have to be a number of instances that you are familiar with where the FIT team did respond and that they did provide some needed services. Could you help us understand, what your assessment is, other than the no response calls? Were they there, in your opinion, to provide support in some cases?
That question's for me.
Yes.
Honestly, I can say I have not been seeing the FIT team report in the last couple of years to any situations that situations that I have been at. They have not been present. And yes, FIT is good when they're good, but these situations, especially with this young man and several others, they have not been present. And, it's just like, just to call and ask for the resources to help these families. And, no one answered, or, you shouldn't have to wait for a day later or the next day for someone to respond to these calls. So.
Yes. Okay. And thank you for that response. Another question I would have, and this would be for anybody on the committee, of those interactions that you are familiar with the FIT team, are they generally considered to be positive or negative? I'm not talking about the inability to access the services. What I'm asking is that in those instances where services were rendered, what was, in your opinion, the pulse of the community and how they felt about those services?
So I can respond to that. This is Mary Russo. I would say that the FIT team's response is generally positive, but I would also say that de-escalation is a large part of that. Right. And understanding how an individual needs to be treated during their time of crisis is the pinnacle of what we're talking about here today. And I believe that the FIT team has that proper training to be able to do that.
Yeah, Ms. Russo, thank you for your answer, but you're not on this panel. It's
apologize.
Ms. Ridgway and Ms. Porter, but thank you for that answer. Legislator Brew, was that sufficient, that answer?
Yes, but I would actually ask that if Ms. Ridgway or Porter wanted to add to that, I would certainly welcome their input.
I think Ms. Ridgway just said that she never had any interaction with the 15.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
never
correct?
really had any interaction with them. I always had to reach out to them for support. And, you know, this particular incident that I spoke of tonight, the follow through was terrible. You know, the follow up, you know.
Well, how about it this way, Ms. Reed? In the times that you did reach out to them, was it ever acceptable? Did it ever work? When it worked, did it work? Or you've never had a good experience with the FIT team?
I'm not going to say I never had a good experience, but for the most part, there wasn't.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Porter, could you answer that?
Yes, I don't have any experience at all, President Carbone. I can't speak to that.
Okay, Legislator Brew?
Yes, in the redesign of the task force that was put together, we're interview, you know, and I'm speaking about our present committee that's talking now, the community advocates. Did you have any input into the task force as far as the rebuilding and reinventing of the mental health, which included the FIT team approach in the county?
As far as I know, Legislator Brew, our MAPI was not a part of that work. So I don't have a response to that either.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't respond to that either because I was not.
Okay. And another question to you as well, and thank you. And it is getting late, and I think this might be my last question, unless it leads to another one, and that is we talked about the need for community outreach, okay? And you are sort of in the belly of the communities out there and know the needs. So what would your advice be to the county in terms of providing a all-encompassing community outreach to, I guess, take the message to you know, the city roster and many of the residents that in there that would have no idea that these services exist? What would you suggest would be one of the ways, or maybe one or two of the ways that we could do that to be most effective?
Well, Legislator Brew, this is Aqua Porter. I think that one of the first steps is to actually engage in real conversations with real community members and not have members that are proxy. Like, you have to talk to the people that with the lived experience. And I think one of the other panelists earlier talked about that. It's getting into the community and having those conversations and asking them what solutions they need, and then responding with the solutions that they need. Help them, let them make the decisions, let them guide the solutions, and then respond to the solutions in a way that works for the community members.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Porter. And I know that the community associations play a vital role in the cities. Would you suggest that we start with the community associations and ask them to, you know, take that information and sort of disseminate it down the line, or some other type of maybe deeper community involvement other than that? And I'm thinking even churches as well would be an excellent way to provide the outreach needed.
I'm just going to go back to what I said before, which is I don't think you can predetermine what the solution will be. I think you have to have the conversations and have the community members tell you what works best in their communities and their neighborhoods. And in some cases, it might be churches communicating. Some cases, it might be barbershops or beauty salons. In some cases, it might be schools. In some cases, it might be, you know, trusted advisors from the in the community. I don't think that there is a cookie cutter answer that I can provide you, except that I think that in a lot of cases, we think we know what communities need best because of how we may consume information. And until you actually sit with the community members in those neighborhoods and have them help co-create solutions that work for them, you will probably not be as successful as you could be.
Thank you. That's great advice to be provided to this panel and to those that are attending on behalf of the administration. I very much appreciate that response. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes, this is Legislator Turp.
Legislator Turp, go ahead.
So I've heard a lot, or we've heard a lot about community awareness, and you both just brought up getting into the community and talking to the community about making them aware. So we're about to get 18 new positions in the near future. What would you recommend to those 18 or to the administration for those 18 individuals in order to engage the community? I guess let me ask it a better way. How could the FIT team engage the community effectively through the president?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question? It was fade going in and out.
Yes, sorry. So through the president, community awareness is something that you all just talked about. That it doesn't sound like we were reaching out when we added some of these new FIT team representatives, and it doesn't sound like we went to the community to figure out how to address some of these issues better. So we're going to have 18 new positions on the FIT team. Can you make recommendations on how these new 18 positions might be able to effectively go out into the community? Not just churches, like you said, but different parts of the community. What would be your recommendations to actually go out and do that effectively?
Work with some of the community partners that's already out here. Like I said, I primarily work with victims of violence, but lately we've been getting a lot of families with mental health issues, and it's just good to go out and see what those needs are, or and just follow up. Just get some people who, like I said, we need a diverse people who reflect our community. We need people to, just to be there, and who's going to listen and have empathy with these families. Just this past week, I ran into a mother, and the thing, like she said, she could not get support to get her son the treatment that he needed. So, it's just work with the community partners that's out there. I feel we should have been at that table because we do see things. And that's all I can say basically right now.
I would echo what Ms. Ridgway said, and just to add, there are a lot of cultural brokers. There are a lot of community leaders. They may not be the people that show up at these kinds of meetings, but you have connections because you've invited some of us who can make sure that we make introductions to those community leaders, those neighborhood leaders, those, the folks that are in the know in their neighborhoods. And I would suggest that the legislators reach out to those in those communities and make those connections and connect those new 18 members to members of the community who know what is going on in their neighborhoods and can connect you with their networks to those who are in need or those who have lived experience.
So through the president, thank you both for those answers. I guess with kind of what you're saying, seeing as how you weren't invited to the table about these positions, if you had a chance and were asked the question on where we might want to spend some more resources, it sounds like community communication, but how might you both, or what would you have said if you were asked about spending a few $100,000 in resources? What might you have said we should spend the money on?
I would say that what we need to do is go off and recruit people in these positions that look like the communities that they need to serve,
Mhm.
right? That have an ability to connect, have empathy, may have had some lived experience, maybe peers. That's where you should spend that money.
And I agree with her.
Okay, I wanted to thank you both for your answers. Thank you for both, even though some of your opinions weren't taken before, I don't take them lightly, and I would hope that you would continue to give your opinions. I have a feeling you're probably going to be reached out to more, but continue to be advocates for the community. And if you do think that there is a way we might be able to do something different, feel free to reach out to any of the legislators so you think we might be able to help the community better. So again, thank you for both your time, and I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion? Seeing none, we're going to go on to finance. Our one and only participant will be Robert Franklin, Chief Financial Officer, Monroe County Department of Finance. Mr. Franklin.
Hey, Mr. Franklin.
Good evening, Mr. President. I do not have any opening remarks or testimony to offer. I just as soon get right to legislator questions.
Very good. I agree with you. Legislator questions. Discussion.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Mr. Franklin, thank you for still being awake. I have a couple quick questions, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to make them all into one. The $100,000 allocations that came from our contingency fund that was earmarked for FIT, was that ultimately used? The $360,000 allocation from the county executive earmarked for a 24/7 FIT program, was that ultimately used? And the money that the city matched with the $300,000, was that used for FIT as well?
Mr. President, Resolution 257 of 2020 addressed the $100,000 in contingency fund, as well as the $300,000 that the city of Rochester pledged via an intermunicipal agreement. Neither the $100,000 of the contingency fund nor the $300,000 from the city of Rochester were actually utilized. The city of Rochester funding was actually rescinded by the city, perhaps not by city council, but by city administration. So that never materialized.
Okay, so then where did that money go that was earmarked for FIT?
Mr. President, appropriations in an annual budget lapse at the end of the fiscal year. They do not carry forward to the next year unless they meet some very specific circumstances, this not being one of them. So the $100,000 appropriated from the contingency fund simply went unutilized, and the unencumbered appropriation therefore lapsed at year end. So it did not go anywhere, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. President, to Mr. Franklin, at the press conference today, the county executive stated that FIT would be expanded by 18 members. What is going to be the cost to the county for these positions, salary, benefits, retirement, et cetera?
Mr. President, in round numbers, 18 additional FIT staff runs not quite 1.5 million.
And last question, Mr. Franklin, through you, Mr. President, has there been any analysis to determine like the cost benefit of bringing FIT completely in-house as opposed to the way we currently have it set up? Would the county financially benefit from bringing FIT completely within the county?
Mr. President, the cost benefit analysis for a variety of programs managed by outside entities like CCSI have been evaluated. Specifically, several of the CCSI managed programs were evaluated whether they should be brought inside. At the time, the county went forward with bringing in the provider contracting back to our purchasing office. We chose not to bring back the management of specialized priority programs like the FIT team. There's actually just a host of union issues to get around as well as financial issues.
Understood. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator DeFlorio?
Legislator DeFlorio, Finance.
Yes, thank you. And I see we saved the best for last, Mr. Franklin, so thank you for being here with us. Just a couple of follow-up questions. The 1.5 million estimation that you indicated that 18 additional positions would cost, where is that currently coming from in the current budget?
Mr. President, I think everybody knows this budget's put together. You know, we'd like to have final decisions in September, certainly by late September. And then we continue to monitor budget progression throughout the coming year. I know it's only March 16th, but we do look at the budgets during January and February. And clearly between September, when the budget was put together, and just within the past couple weeks, clearly there are services in which demand is not as high as program managers expected. And it is clear to me that there are available appropriations within the Department of Human Services that could be put to use in this regard.
Thank you. And just one other follow-up to Legislator Dondorfer. You had said that you had done a cost-benefit analysis. Could you give me a ballpark breakdown of how much from the budget allocation for 2021, how much is allocated toward Monroe County employee utilization of that FIT budget versus CCSI?
Mr. President, there really aren't any county employees on the FIT team other than, you know, supervision within the Office of Mental Health. It really is an outsourced program that is managed by Coordinated Care Services. This is one of 7 local government unit priority services. When the legislature passes the referral for the provision of mental health services, it's our blanket referral, usually gets passed in December. This is the big $40 million referral, if you recall.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Local government unit priority services are a component of that $40 million menu of services. All of priority services are budgeted in the referral to about $3.1 million. From a budget perspective, the 7 priority services within LGU priorities share that budget. I'm sure program managers like Ms. Wilmot pay close attention as to which priority services are consuming the dollars. But from a budget perspective, all 7 priority services share that budget. It's probably about probably just under $1 million, probably 825 that is attributable to the FIT team in that referral. Don't forget, they also have, as discussed earlier, that Department of Justice grant. It's about $250,000 a year for 3 years, a little less than that.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification. It gets confusing sometimes when we keep talking about the FIT team members. It sounds like there are some of them that are county employees. So thank you for clarifying that for me. And that's it.
Mr. President, it'll likely be some county employees in this additional 18. It's not completely decided yet. Law Enforcement Council has requested additional FIT team members in the field. Those are and will remain employees of coordinated care services. Above their request for staff, the idea is to put forward a systems access team that can access very specific programmatic information that the subject of a 911 call may interface with. And by having that systems access, this team can provide better background and direction to the first responders on the scene. Those may very well be county employees.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm taking my time.
Any further discussion?
Legislator
Yes,
Turp.
Legislator Turp.
Through the president to Mr. Franklin, what services, as you mentioned, that were overestimated in the 2021 budget, meaning that the demand is not as high as you said? I don't need granular detail, but maybe just a couple of the higher ticket items that make up the majority of the 1.5 million.
Mr. President, the majority of that is our public assistance programs, specifically temporary assistance for needy families and New York State safety net assistance.
Can you, through the president, can you maybe get in a little bit more detail? It sounds like that might be an essential service. So is sacrificing that going to be in detriment to people who need it?
Actually, no, Mr. President. We try to build a budget working with department program managers. When it comes to the TANF and safety net assistance programs, the budget is based on a projection of caseload and cost per case. The caseloads we are seeing are running lower than the budget originally anticipated. This county will not adversely impact any recipients should demand unexpectedly rise rapidly. And I say that because it's more of a problem for the administration to deal with from a budget perspective. These are the type of entitlement programs that we are not allowed to say no to, meaning the lack of an appropriation is not sufficient cause to say no to an applicant. We still have to provide the service, and therefore that's why I say it's more of a problem for the county administration and myself to figure out.
Thank you for the answer. Through the president, do we know why caseloads might be down?
Yes, Mr. President, and that's probably not a conversation for this call.
Okay, I'll take that answer offline. And then through the president, if caseloads happen to increase, I think you just said it's more of an issue for you and the president, the administration to deal with. But if caseloads do increase and the money is needed, is there a place where it might come from to make up for the difference of the majority of the 1.5 million for the new positions through the president?
Yes, Mr. President. I do believe there are more than sufficient appropriations available within those two entitlement programs. And I would also suggest that there are the opportunities for available appropriations elsewhere within the Department of Human Services.
Perfect, thank you. And then last question, where the funds are coming from through the president, is that a mandated line item that we're taking the money from?
Mr. President, I'm going to answer that question by saying pretty much 99.9% of the Department of Human Services is mandated in terms of its programmatic delivery of services. Our flexibility is in trying to gauge the cost of providing those mandated services.
Okay, and through the president. So if I don't think the FIT team is a mandated fund. So if we're using mandated for non-mandated through the president, do we foresee that being an issue? I'm guessing not, but I'll still ask the question.
The funding source, that's almost a trick question, Mr. President. The funding source from which the dollars are derived to fund the FIT team come from mandated cost centers. Therefore, we treat it as a mandate, even though the irony here is we are choosing to run this program. So the reality, Mr. President, is no, that is not an issue between mandates and non-mandates.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Legislator. Any further discussion? Hearing
Legislator
none.
Boyce. Oops, sorry. Just under the wire. I know.
Go ahead,
Just
Legislator Boyce.
One question through the president to Mr. Franklin. With regards to the space that the FIT team uses to conduct their business, can you give me an estimate as to what we're spending, and is the FIT team able to access that 24/7, that space that they're provided?
Mr. President, an estimate of what we are spending. I did mention that within the currently budgeted and currently contracted local government unit priority services, the FIT team is using probably about $825,000. This additional funding obviously would just tack on an additional 1.5 million in round numbers. I believe we've heard discussion that the FIT team is able to operate today 24/7 because staff are basically operating on an on-call basis, perhaps from their home, not necessarily from an office. So I think that was a long way of saying yes, the FIT team can access these funds to run in the 24/7 format that you may be thinking about or that law enforcement may be requesting.
Well, I guess a follow-up question, I guess I was asking more about, okay, so, and I don't know if you're the appropriate person to ask, I apologize, but if the FIT team is running 24/7, are they able to actually get into a building where they can be safe and warm instead of working out of cars or having to go back to their homes? Is that within the budget, that the space that we're renting to have them housed?
Mr. President, although I may not be the appropriate person to answer, I did used to work at CCSI. Staff can enter that building off hours, and certainly if they're working from home, they can access that building. They can access their own homes or J Street.
Thank you.
Is that it, Legislator Boyce?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, there being no other discussion, I declare this legislative hearing closed. We will now reconvene the March 16, 2021 special meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. There being no unfinished business, Legislator Brew.
Thank you, President Carbone. The meeting of the Monroe County Legislature, this meeting does stand adjourned. The next meeting of the Monroe County Legislature is scheduled for Tuesday, April 13th, 2021 at 6 p.m.